The following program is for adult audiences only.
Take me high. It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
all of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape, and Kenny will be here later. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. It's been another fantastic week. Busy as always. We made some progress on a bunch of stuff. I got 2 reviews finally finished off and uploaded, and the wife's exploder went back in the garage first thing this morning. He calls us and he's like, "Listen, I need you to come down here and I need you to see something." I'm like, okay, is this good news or is this bad news? Well, I just need you to come down here and take a look at it. I'm like, okay. So I go downstairs, wife's talking with her boss on the phone. I'm like, we need to go down to the garage. She's like, so it's something stupid? I'm like, he didn't say. I'm like, let's go down and see what's going on. You know, if it's stupid, you get to drive your truck home. If it's not, then we'll figure out what we're going to do next. Okay, fine. We go down to the garage. He has it up on the lift. Here's antifreeze dripping from underneath the transmission, right where the bell housing meets the engine. And he's like, yeah, it's leaking. Okay. What's the cause? We think we need to pull the motor. For what? What are you going to fix? That's the flywheel. There's no antifreeze freeze plugs or anything behind the flywheel. Well, what are you going to pull the motor for? Where's it leaking from? I'm like, there's a crossover tube underneath the intake manifold. There's an upper intake manifold, which is just an air plenum, and then there's a lower intake manifold, which is also technically a plenum, but it's got antifreeze coolant running through it. It's made of plastic. All these cars nowadays are made of plastic. Everything's some composite material. And that's where there's a hole that if anything inside of that crossover tube or the connection to that intake manifold or the manifold itself, it's got a crack in it, would leak down into a gully where the heads sit, and there's a little valley, and it drips into the transmission so that you know it's not the water pump. The water pump has a weep hole on the other side of the motor, like right above the alternator. So we know it's not the water pump, but we don't know where it's leaking from. Well, we need to tear into it and keep digging until we find where it's at. I'm like, okay. How many pounds? You got 8 pounds of pressure and it's leaking that bad. See, this is the part that's confusing is it would be perfectly fine for like 2 days and then it would start leaking. And then 2 days later or 3 days later, it would just stop leaking. It would stay full in the bottle and my wife could drive clear to the other side of Pittsburgh and back. No problem. The one day she was doing deliveries, she picked up a bunch of stuff for all the salons at Sam's Club, loaded up the truck. She literally drove all across Pittsburgh, clear to the other side of town, went to Shady Side, went to across the river, and dropped off all the supplies and didn't have to put a drop of antifreeze in it. It was perfectly fine. So we have no idea what's going on. We played the whole switcheroo with the radiator cap, and that didn't solve the problem. It doesn't make a difference one way or the other. And they want to pull the whole motor because they don't know where it's leaking from either. I'm like, it's leaking where it's leaking from, right where the flywheel is sitting, and it's not coming off the front of the motor. Well, if it was coming off the front of the motor, that would be the freeze plug on the head, on the forward side of the motor. If it was off the back of the transmission, it would be the freeze plug on the back of the head. There is no freeze plug, so I mean, unless it's a cracked block, in which case it would be leaking all the time, even when there's no pressure in the system. They're like, we don't know. We unfortunately don't have the time to tear into it today because the guy that does this kind of work, that, you know, could potentially have to pull the motor, isn't here today. Won't be here back until next Wednesday. He's got some medical stuff. I'm like, all right, we'll come back next Wednesday. I'm pulling my hair out, trying to figure out what to do with this thing. But other than that, I mean, it's been a very productive week. Got a lot of stuff accomplished. And Trump still hasn't saved vaping. He promised, you know, he was going to save flavored vaping, and well, they cracked down on those warehouses, and turns out that something like 70 or 80% of the stuff that they were trying to confiscate was actually legally available for sale. Well, technically it's illegal because they don't have a marketing order, and by the law and the statutes, technically the FDA's got to give them an answer within 180 days. So FDA is in violation of their own federal mandate to give a decision on a product once it's been accepted for review. So they have discretion on whether or not to enforce on something that is in the pipeline. But they don't want the public to know that, because if the public found out about that, well, they're the ones that's in the wrong, because why haven't you decided on it? Well, the fact of the matter is they don't want to issue a decision because they know that if they issue a decision and they don't give them a marketing order, well, then the next step is to go to court. And then they're going to get an emergency injunction from a judge who's going to say, we're going to hear this case, but, you know, the dockets in the legal system are so booked up, we can't hear you for 6 months. So we're going to issue a temporary injunction allowing them to continue selling. And I mean, the FDA's already been brought in front of multiple jurisdictions of federal and local authorities, and they've won some and they've lost some. And the thing is, once it gets into the legal system, well, you can keep challenging it. If you don't get a favorable decision in the district court, well, then you can challenge that all the way up to the Supreme Court. We've already had one of the vape cases go to the Supreme Court. There's so many manufacturers right now that are suing either the FDA or their local government or their state government because of laws that have been passed. There's one where there's a vape shop up in Washington or Oregon, I believe, and they passed a statute stating that none of the vape liquid bottles and stuff that you sell liquids can have a word that describes a fruit. So they legit have to print out these stickers and tape them over top of the bottles where they say the name of the liquid that it's in there, if that name includes a fruit. And any pictures of fruits or child appealing items also have to be censored. And they decided that, you know what, this is ridiculous. You are going against our constitutional right to free speech. And we're going to sue you for it. So it's currently in the court system now being heard. But I mean, this isn't just going to go away. No matter what they do, no matter what laws they impose on us, we know better. We still want these products so that we don't smoke cigarettes. And that has generated a revenue stream in the billions of dollars. So 20 million people, depending on who you talk to in the United States, are vaping, and we want our vapes because we don't want to smoke, because we don't want to die of cigarette smoking. This is what empowered us to quit, and we want to keep doing this so we don't have to die an early death from cigarette smoking. And they know the facts. They know the science. There's no clear-cut answers in anything. Which brings us to our lovely thumbnail for today. This is a Trump train wreck because, well, he finally decided to appease the people that have been pounding on Robert Kennedy for the last probably decade or so about all their kids that have autism and stuff, and about all the vaccine injuries that they've gotten or their children have gotten. And they demand action, and they just wouldn't let him go. They keep pounding on it until somebody finally listens to them. And like us in the vaping sphere, they came armed with science. Each of the mothers that were out there found some scientific paper talking about this or talking about this, and they all got together and they said, well, you brought your science. That's not the same as mine. They had a stack of scientific papers like this that they went to him and they says, we're not leaving until you look these over and tell us you see our side of the situation, or you prove every single one of those papers on why it's flawed. And that's why what happened yesterday, the press conference yesterday, made hay. There's a bunch of, correlations that people have discovered over the years, but as anybody knows, science isn't that simple. Just because somebody smokes cigarettes doesn't mean they're going to get lung cancer. They can live an entire life and live into their 90s and never get lung cancer. But I bet they'll probably have COPD or some other situation. The point is, nothing is as simple as here's one solution and you give this person this drug and everybody that has that situation is going to be cured by it. Well, that's not the truth. Just because it treats a certain set of the population doesn't mean that it is going to treat everyone. And just because it's safe and effective for some people doesn't mean it's safe and effective for everyone. People have allergies and sensitivities and different DNA structures and makeups that, make you more susceptible to one thing, but not so much to another. And this is the wonderful thing about science. It's the conversation. It's the discussion. You don't agree with the numbers? Here are my numbers. Here's what I think the numbers should be. Like the number of vapors that we have in the United States. Like Patrick likes to talk about how he likes to listen to his industry friends and associates that, they have their sales figures that they can rely on, based upon the loosely assembled associations of vape shop owners that have, submitted their information when they try to advocate for the safer way to quit smoking. And then there's other people that follow the CDC numbers because the National Youth Tobacco Survey has been conducted for eons and, just monitors drug use for the children. And, well, that's how we got labeled and misclassified. Regardless, there's a set of numbers out there. And the wonderful thing about science is we all come together, we discuss it, we look at it, and we use our brain to reason out where the actual number lies. It's not going to be a concrete, definitive number to the individual human, but we can all agree that it's within a certain range. There's got to be at least 10 million of them. Some people say that we're going to have more people using vaping products by the end of next year than you have people that are using combustible tobacco. Sales figures don't agree with you, but then again, for the last 2 decades, vape shops have been slowly whittled away into nothing. Local statutes and regulations and city councils have been closing up, shops, and we got some of that stuff in the news this week as well that, City of Pittsburgh's talking about doing the same thing. Limiting the number of vape shops. You can't be within 1,500 feet of, a school or a park or a movie theater or God knows what else they want to add to the frickin' list of places where you can't have a vape shop. And you're only allowed to be in operation so many hours of the day. This is to protect the children. It's just common sense. How many children are out shopping for vape products after 11 o'clock at night? Anybody? Why aren't they in bed? How is it a common sense solution to limit the hours of a vape shop? If they want to open up a vape shop right next to a bar, well, that would kind of be the best place to be at 1 o'clock in the morning if you wanted to stay open as a vape shop because, well, there's people out in the bar drinking. And, well, they might have a disposable or they might have a rebuildable tank and something happens to it. They drop it while they're in the bar or somebody kifes their disposable when they weren't looking. They can run right next door and get themselves a new product and come back and not have to smoke cigarettes. There's no laws being implemented to prevent cigarette sales to a certain hours like they do with alcohol. Alcohol's only allowed to be sold from this hour until this hour every single day. But they want to clamp down on vapes to protect the children. None of it makes any sense whatsoever. And everything, when you take it from that perspective, is the opposite of science. It's no more logic. Logic is thrown out the window. They yelled at the vapors 2 decades ago and said that we were just anecdotes. We don't actually count. Just because we were able to quit smoking with vaping doesn't mean it works on a population level. Really? Kind of funny how people pick and choose when they want to call the people that do something an anecdote and when they want to listen to actual data that's been aggregated from numerous sources and is verifiable because other sources have numbers that are similar, even though they're not identical. So that's where we end up today. This lovely train wreck is falling on Trump right now because they caused a hornet's nest to be stirred up yesterday. And yeah, some people say it's Big Pharma and all their bot accounts out there, trying to protect Tylenol sales and trying to protect vaccine sales and vaccine profits and stuff like that. And there's plenty of people out there that, bought all this stuff hook, line, and sinker. Like the people that hate vaping. Until they actually meet somebody that vapes, they just hear what they hear on TV. Doesn't matter how much of a lie it is, they think it's the gospel truth. It might as well have come out of the Bible for as much as they're concerned about it. That's why you got to tell your story. Whoever wants to, listen, feel free to tell them about it. And word gets out. And that's the reason why so many people are choosing this instead of their cigarettes. And it's gotten to the point now where you can't call 20 million people that feel better when they quit smoking and picked up vaping an anecdote anymore. We're now data that they need to listen to and reason and understand. And I feel confident in the fact that eventually this will win. We will eventually win them over. Because eventually they're going to realize that all the crap that they've been saying is nothing but a load of bullshit. Because they don't have a leg to stand on. Anyway, Got a wonderful show set up for you guys today. Do have a retro vape. Might not be that much of a retro vape for some of you out there, but it is for me. I bought this thing probably 2 years ago. We were probably in Cleveland on my Vapiversary trip. Like, I got an anniversary coming up with the wife, and that's where we're going to spend our anniversary this year. We would have liked to have gone out of town, but with this whole situation with the car, not knowing exactly what is going to happen and how much it's going to cost to actually get it fixed, we're holding off on anything until that is resolved. And then once that's resolved, our next priority is to get a set of tires on the front of that thing. It was raining yesterday on the way home, and she was like, "Oh, this isn't that safe. I didn't realize these tires were that bad." I'm like, "Well, on dry pavement, they're perfectly fine. They're probably better for you than normal. But as soon as it rains, look out, man. You have too little tread on there to keep using that as your daily driver." Regardless, this is the Crown 5 tank. Last week, I opened up this lovely kit, this Maxis mod, and a stock coil tank, and there's the coil shot already. Didn't even make it 6 days. I was sitting there putting the final touches on the video before I uploaded it yesterday, and I took a drag of it. I'm like, "Oh, yuck, that is horrible." And I just set it off to the side, grabbed a different tank, and went, "Yeah, buddy, that's nice. Way better flavor." And then later on, after I got everything uploaded, I mistakenly grabbed for it and reached for it again. And it doesn't taste bad because the e-liquid dissolves that crud on your coils. But when you're using it as an all-day vape, it gets to the point where you just got to get on a routine like every 5 days. Just change your coils. Don't wait for them to go bad because it's going to happen in the most inopportune time. You'll be on your way driving to or from work and you can't, what are you going to do? Pull over on the side of the road to change your coil? No. You're just going to suffer with it and not use anything until you get home. Unless you got, spares laying around that you can switch to. Regardless, this is the Crown 5 tank. We're going to take that on today. We're going to open that up as a retro vape. I'm going to throw it on this mod and take another week on and see how long is the coil going to last in that one compared to the one that came with the Freemax kit. So I'm looking forward to trying that thing out. And we've got some random recipes we're going to do. And I've been working on Neil Pitt's package, his care package. He sent me a bunch of flavors and stuff. So I bottled up some flavors to send him. And he sent me a mod, this lovely Sigeli mod. And I know it doesn't look really good with that silicone protector on. That looks way better. Sent me this mod and tank, Sigeli mod. Gorgeous. So I'm going to send him the Hell Vape Hell Beast. They sent me 2 of them, so he's going to get one of them. He chose the red one, so that's all boxed up. I took 2 of my coils and threw it in there. And he can go ahead and give that thing a try and see how she does. There he is, speak of the devil. So your package is getting ready to be shipped out here. I got a couple more flavors I want to throw into it. But I'll get that in the mail to you later this week. I'll reach out to you, make sure we confirm your address. I still have the box you sent me. I could probably just use that as a return address. Anyway, it's going to be a wonderful day. We got lots of stuff to talk about, lots of stuff in the news. We're going to do some random mixing. And we do this show for 5 hours plus every single week to give each of you an opportunity, and not just you guys that are here on a regular basis, but anybody that happens to watch my content and has any questions, to show up and ask their questions, and we'll all be able to get together and give them a beautiful answer and a beautiful reply to help them out, because that's how we got to where we're at today. If it wasn't for the mainstream media bashing it the whole time, we'd still all be smoking cigarettes. But because somebody showed us the way, well, we're now ex-smokers. I have a hard time believing 4 days. 4 days will be 6 years smoke-free for me. It's my tobacco independence anniversary. Because I don't consider what I do here tobacco-related, despite what the law wants us to do. I feel good. I feel real good. The only thing I'm frustrated about is I probably should have taken better care of my health than I have been. I mean, that's the whole reason I quit smoking in the first place, right? You can't just make one change in your life and expect everything to be hunky-dory. So once I get caught up here and things settle down, I need to actually get serious about the rest of my health, not just, me not smoking and me vaping. Do some exercising, maybe look at, what I'm eating and stuff. And time to put some content out on other channels. So long and the short of it, it's been a fantastic week. Lots of progress, lots of celebrating coming up, and a lot more work to do. Because until we get them to see things our way, I'm not going anywhere. They ban me, I'll just start somewhere else. Because we need to get this message out there. And with that, I suppose we ought to move on to some other content. Do the Flavorist diary. We talked about one-shots last week. I showed you how simple it is to do a single flavor test. And then you take that single flavor test and you keep upping the percentage of it until you get enough flavor out of it that it now becomes a one-shot essentially. So today I figured I'd reach over behind me. I still have some old stuff from Flavorz we never actually did. And I'll reach over and pick out a one-shot that he actually sells as a 60 milliliter one-shot. You guys can go out there. Wayne sells his watermelon as a one-shot and a bunch of other ones. There's a strawberry milk he sells. And there's a bunch of other people. When you go to some of these flavor houses, you can order one-shots. You don't just have to order Wonder Flavors cinnamon roll and try and use that. You could order something that actually more suits your preference and more suits your preference based on some stuff that you're currently using. And you can make those one-shots yourself. And once you get started, you'll realize you've been spending a lot of money on commercial liquids that you didn't need to spend on because, quite honestly, you have the power to make stuff that's way better than any of the commercial stuff you've ever bought. Once in a while, you're going to find something that, it's very hard to exactly duplicate, kind of like this OG Blue, which isn't OG Blue anymore. They can't make it the same way they used to. Whatever flavoring ingredient they made in the original recipe, they obviously can't get anymore, or there was some health effects that were found on it, so they had to dump it and switch to something else, and it's never been the same since. Every once in a while I get an inkling to have my OG Blue again, and the blue that they sell now is not the same recipe, not by a long shot. And some people say, well, your tastes change over time. I'm like, yeah, but there are some things that you will always remember. Remember when you were a little kid and, your mom made you cupcakes for your birthday and they were the greatest thing ever and you've never tasted anything that's been the same since? It's the same thing with your e-liquids. Every once in a while you'll come across one that it's just man, that one really hits home. It's not something you can do all the time, but it's nice to go back to it and revisit it every once in a while. So today we're going to mix up a little one-shot and we'll do that. And then we'll get into our news, and Kenny will be here along the way sometime and join us. And then we can get on to our normal shenanigans with our dad jokes and our hand checks, which if you haven't uploaded them, go ahead and upload them now. Just links in the Discord server below. I didn't update the link in StreamerBot, but there's a link in the description of this video. You can click on that, join the Discord server, and upload your hand checks and your dad jokes, and we'll be putting them in the stream from this point forward as usual. Alrighty, so I guess it's time to flip overhead and let's see what kind of one shot I can create for you guys today. Holy moly! Oh, look at this mess. I need to clean up this studio. Lots of stuff everywhere. But here's some examples of one-shots that we've done in the past. Let me bring you down closer. My wife was really big into watermelon energy drinks. So Darren mixed up and set up this watermelon fizz. And it's all right. But she wasn't impressed with it. It's not the same as what I have. And you need to be realistic when it comes to, your one shots. Trying to exactly replicate something is near an impossible task. You can get close to it, but to get something that tastes identical, well, you need a mass spectrometer and, analytical chemistry to actually replicate things one for one. So we got these ones here that we've done before. We've done this coffee tobacco, and it was one that took me a long time to get to the point that I was like, do I really want to try tobacco? Well, yeah, I've listened to too many people talk about how the flavors, just because it's called something and you have a picture of what that is going to smell or taste like, doesn't actually mean it's going to taste or smell like what you think it is. You'd be surprised how many recipes I've come across that had tobacco in it, but it was nowhere near the name, and it was in there only as an accent flavor to fill out the profile for other flavorings that you would expect. Caramel notes and nutty notes and that kind of stuff. Oh, we got a blueberry meringue here. Looks like I didn't make that one time. Candy cane. Yeah, that's gone. I actually shot an email over to him, and I'm like, dude, do you have the recipe for candy cane? I remember you sent that to me a long time ago, and I lost it. So he sent it to me. Unfortunately, I'm missing a mint to complete that flavor recipe. We got an egg custard tart. That's a lovely little recipe, and it takes about a month and a half before it actually tastes like an egg custard. Until then, it's just kind of like this waxy sensation in your mouth. What else we got? Gingerbread was another fantastic recipe that he mixed up, and that's why that one's gone too. So this is going to be something I'm going to do later on in the mixing. I'm going to try and come up with something that's going to be close to this recipe for gingerbread. I've got a bunch of different gingerbread flavors and ginger flavors, and we'll see if we can come up with something that's comparable to that for Christmas. SPLICE. Oh, I remember this. He actually was selling at the time bottles that were basically empty bottles and just had like 17% of this in the bottom of the bottle. And then all you had to add was the VG, the PG, and your secret sauce, and you could vape it. So I think I'm going to make some of that up because I remember what that was like, and that's a wonderful lime green popsicle. And the best part about this one is it gave you the flavor sensation and profile of it, but it didn't have any cooling in it. So that was an awesome experience. And it's not a Sprite. It is definitely more like a lime popsicle. Strawberry meringue. That was another good one. Strawberry milkshake. I'm sorry. Read the words that are there. So we're going to take this one shot, this SPLICE, and we're going to make up a bottle of this for us to have today. Because, this has been wonderful, and I keep making it, but it's time for the seasonal changes and see what else I can come up with. So we'll do this. It's a nice transition flavor, and then we're going to try and do a random recipe for something that's going to become my new all-day vape later on. So we'll start off with the nice 60 ml bottle of it. Very simple. There's our bottle. There's our cap. And we'll need our scale. Although technically, you could make this without the scale. If you had a syringe, it's the nice thing about the one shot. When you make something that's in a bigger quantity, the variance that you have of being off by like even a millimeter or milliliter or two is so small that it's really not going to change what this tastes like. It just changes how strong it is. And you could make the exact same change yourself by choosing to put it into something like this or something like this. You know, the amount of vapor that's put in here is probably a tenth of the vapor that comes out of the Blaze Pro Max. So another consideration for you, if you're making it for a pod mod system, you need to up the flavoring percentage so that you still get that same essential flavor profile in your tongue and your mouth when you're vaporizing just a minuscule quantity of vapor. Whereas if you're putting it in something big and massive like this, you could probably cut the flavoring percentage in a third and still be able to taste it, and it will still taste wonderful in something like this. That's what's wonderful about DIY mixing. If you're mouth-to-lung vapor, you can make things super concentrated. Kind of like this key lime pie. We did that as a random recipe one week, and I'm like, oh, that tastes really, really good. Let me crank the percentage up of the flavoring. I put it into ELR and changed the total flavoring percentage to 30% in this one. And I make that up as a 55 PG-VG ratio. And there's 15 milligram in here. And this is excellent when you're, you know, testing in little pod mod systems like this. Bloody fantastic. Except this is cherry bakewell, not key lime pie. Yep, key lime pie. And it works great in there. But you got to crank the percentage because you're making a little tiny bit of vapor, so you need more flavor compounds to saturate your tongue. Whereas something like this, you got plumes and plumes and plumes of vapor. Doesn't need to be as strong. Cool. So we'll tear this thing out, and we'll go over to ELR, and we'll set this thing up, and we'll mix this up at like 20%. And it's kind of the middle of the road thing for the one shots. They'll usually tell you the percentage on the bottle. Matter of fact, that was a wonderful thing with Flavor Barn. Liquid Barn. When I order from there, here's the peppermint, and it tells you right on there the suggested starting percentage if you're going to be mixing up a peppermint e-liquid. Start at 6% and then up it to to suit your taste. Awesome. So we're making 60 mils. Let's jump over to ELR and create a simple recipe just so we can figure out the approximate volumes that we need to have for this. Bye-bye, Trump. He's speaking at the UN today. I thought that was interesting. Cool. So we're going to create a recipe. Very simple. This is SPLICE. One shot. We're going to make 60 mils of it. We're going to leave the rest at default. The only flavor that we're going to be adding is SPLICE. One shot from Flavrz. And I'm going to do 20%, not 25. And there you go. And the reason that this was crying the blues is because when you put 25% in there, you are exceeding your 70-30 VG-PG ratio. So like if we put this to 25, you're going to have to compensate, and it can no longer be a 70-30. So you just need to change this and adjust it. And, you know, just bumping it up right there to a 3169 works, and no more, you know, error. But being it's going in a direct to lung tank, I'm going to settle in for 20%. I made this before at 15%, and it works perfectly fine. So like if you were putting it in the Blaze Pro Max, 15 would be more than sufficient for that particular tank. Then again, you're probably going to make 120 mils, not 60. Now, if you want it in a pod mod system, you need to up the percentages, and this is kind of like you can do either or at 20%. 15% is where I would do it for the for that other one. But here's your essential recipe. You don't even have to save these things. That's the best part about it. It just gets you in the ballpark, right? So all essentially you need to do is you put your secret sauce in there. It requires another 3 mils of PG, and then you've got 12 milliliters of PG from your one shot, and then you top off the bottle with 53 grams of vegetable glycerin, and job's done. It's that simple. That simple to make a one shot. And then you can start into DIY. And if you like the one shot, you can use that as your all day vape instead of having to buy commercial bottles. You know, that's way cheaper. Yeah, it costs a little bit of money, just like vaping. When you first went and got started with it, you had to buy a starter kit, you had to buy, stock coil, you had to buy replacement coils, and then it was like, okay, cool. And then a month later, you're out spending more money getting something different, trying new stuff. The same thing with DIY mixing. Yeah, there's going to be initial cost for you to go buy your VG, your PG, your secret sauce, and, a couple one shots for you to try. But once you get started on it, I mean, there's no reason to keep dumping $40 into a bottle of liquid when you could make the same thing for like $5. Yeah, you buy your VG by the gallon, $28 for a gallon of VG. That's a lot of e-liquid you can make with that. And then, your flavoring costs is the only thing that is the variable that constantly changes. Some brands are cheaper than others. Some brands like Capella has a cheap brand and they have their normal, pricing brand. And the percentages are all over the place. So you can't just simply say, well, like Wonder Flavors is super concentrated. So technically a lot of those times the percentages are like 1 to maybe 3%. Whereas you get some flavors like SSA flavors, they can be all over the place. TPA is another one, can be all over the place. You can have some flavors that work at 3% and some of them have to push at 12% to get that flavor to really come through in a recipe. But with one shots, it's pretty fixed. And there's usually, a percentage on the bottle that tells you how much, or when you were bought it at the your online shop, they told you what, starting percentages are for them. And then you can adjust it up or down based on your taste. Like first bottle you make, you go, oh, that's good. That's actually a little too strong. Maybe I could put a little less in there, save some money and make more bottles of it instead of, having to always crank the percentage through there. And it makes your coils last longer and just overall better value. So there's our recipe. We just need 12 milliliters of this one shot. And that's going to come out to 12 grams because they don't have the specific gravity listed for this. So you just take your SPLICE and start squeezing it in there. And you don't have to be, rocket science accurate. If you go a little bit over, no big deal. Job done. Here's your 12 mils of liquid. And then this is something I love doing, especially for single flavor testing, is I take my PG and I'll put it in a 120 ml bottle. Because when you're mixing little tiny bottles like this, it's a lot easier to be accurate with something like this that comes out as little tiny drops than to use your big bottle. But for today, I mean, it's close enough. We just need to get to 15. Just need 3 more. I mean, you can even do the math in your head. You don't even have to tear out the scale. Same thing with your secret sauce. I find it so much easier to draw this up in a syringe to get close to it. So I take a 5cc syringe and I can draw it up to, I get 3 mils of this in there. And I need 3.73 to get a 6 milligram solution. And just like that, we're at almost 3. And I could vape that. And I probably wouldn't even notice the difference. Because that's probably like a 5 milligram. You know what? Close enough. Cool. And then now that we've got all of our PG ingredients all in here, I like to stir it up right now because it's nice and loose and it's not viscous like VG. VG is the thick solution. It's what also makes your clouds. PG is the carrier for your flavoring agents and for your secret sauce. And mix all the PG ingredients up together because all we have left to do is to top this bottle off right to the brim, and we're going to end up with 53 grams of vegetable glycerin. So you take your beautiful bottle, you give her a squeeze, you fill it up to the rim, and next thing you know, look at that, 53 grams. Job done. That's how easy it is to make e-liquid. And the thing is, the company where you buy your stuff from, they do the same thing. They just make it in bigger bottles. Or in some cases, they legit make up 500-gallon totes of it. Yes. Secret sauce, 6 milligram. That's what that right there is. And you can make that to however you normally use to vape. Matter of fact, with this dripper that I got here, this one actually is now set up in dual coil. This is its latest Hell Vape one I put in there. That's the Mango Sunrise that's in there. I needed to make up a 3 in this one because these are normally 6. But because I was literally dumping the e-liquid into here and just enjoying the cloud chucking competition that was in my studio. Oh, is that fantastic? The flavor is so saturated. The sweetness is perfectly balanced in there with that mango and that orange and the tangerine. Gorgeous. Neil Pitt's recipe. One of the random recipes we did the one day. He sent it over and I mixed it up and I was like, hey, this is really good. You could actually shake and vape this. It's better after 24 hours though. But job done, man. There's our one shot. And as you see in there, I can make like 5 more of these for the cost of this. This is like $10 or something. $12, $15, whatever. Well, how are you going to make 5 60 ml bottles for $15? One shot. Job done. There's plenty of them out there. Lots of places to get them from. And then you too can make your own e-liquids. It really is that simple. What? I don't have the TV behind me. Let's fix that. There you go. I knew I was forgetting to do something today. All right, so I'm going to bring up my software and I'm going to print up a beautiful label for this. Lovely one shot. And that too is something that you don't have to spend a real large amount of money. I got a beautiful Brother P-Touch label maker, but technology's gotten cheap. This is a thermal label printer. Pick up it on Amazon. It's like $20-$25 or something. And it comes with a bunch of labels. And you just print your labels and you stick them on the bottle and job done. Or you can get really fancy and buy the $125 P-Touch label maker. And then you open up a piece of software. I'll show you. Come on. Windows is horrible. Hey, Bastard, hello and welcome. Stephen L., hello and welcome. William Dobson, hello and welcome. So here's the latest ones that we mixed up, and just click on that, and this is what we mixed up last time. So all I got to do is SPLICE one shot, copy. Paste. Born on date. Today's September 23rd. 23rd of September. Holy cow. And we got this a 70-30, 6 milligram. Job done. Hit print. output directly to the printer. And next thing you know, there's our lovely setup. And just put it on the bottle. The nice thing about this P-Touch label maker is they're laminated. So it's essentially a thermal printer. And this is a 2-part tape. And what it does is it prints onto the sticky backed paper. And then it puts a clear tape over top of it. And now you have a beautiful label for your own DIY e-liquid. Robin Fagerstrom, hello and welcome. So there's our SPLICE one shot. This can be a shake and vape. We've done that in the past. It works fine. But like all e-liquids, you're better off after like 24 hours of, mixing up your own stuff. And like fruits are usually like 24 hours. But if you get into the creams or the custards, a lot of those ones, you have to wait a month, sometimes 2 months before they fully develop into their beautiful flavor profile. Patrick, hello and welcome. Mixing up a simple one shot today for our Flavorist diary. And that's all it takes to get started. DIY mixing. Job done. And that's what we're going to be doing later on the actual Flavorist diary. We're not going to be putting those on the YouTube. For YouTube, I'm going to condense it all down into our total streams content for the day. And I'm just going to put a highlights reel on YouTube so that if you don't have, hours and hours to watch the show, then, you can just catch the highlights of it and you'll still be able to learn what we picked up and learned that day. But I'm really looking forward to single flavor testing all these things. Like grabbing all the apples together one day and mixing up all the one shot of the apples and then evaluating all the ones from the previous week and, documenting all that stuff so that I can finally get my ELR updated and put, 5-star ratings on things, 2-star, whatever that I think the flavor profile is. Because there's a lot of flavorings that I've had that really, they don't truly represent what the name is on the bottle. It's supposed to be a cinnamon roll. Well, it is. Technically, without any frosting on it. You just pull it out of the oven and then you let it sit on your counter for a week and it became day-old cinnamon roll, and that's what it tastes like to vape. And that's not an enjoyable vape. You can't add any... No amount of sweetener added to that recipe is going to make it taste like a cinnamon roll you expect it to taste like. For that, you need like cream cheese icing added to the recipe and orange, zest or something to give it a little pizzazz. But that was the problem with Liquid Barn cinnamon roll. Ugh, it's just disgusting. I would have rather licked a bottle of cinnamon flavoring or, seasoning. Wood bark tastes better than Liquid Barn cinnamon roll. There's other brands out there that have that same problem, but that's where you get to mix up your own concoctions. So there's our recipe. There's our random recipe or Flavor's diary section. Not so much random. That'll come later on. So I think we should get into some Raid Sweat. Do the news. Been at this. It's an hour mark. Getting pretty good about this routine content. Our introduction and then do a half-hour mixing and teaching new DIYers some basic fundamentals. And then we get to our lovely Raid Sweat. No, to answer your question, the answer is no. I have not tried it yet. I did get it in. And I want to say happy 10th anniversary to Steam Crave. Fantastic. And there is their brand new Aromomizer. What is this, number 4 now? Aromomizer Plus V4 RDTA. I'm so looking forward to comparing this to the V3 and the V2 of it. And this is different because it's an old school RDTA. There's a tank on the bottom and they have the coils on the top. And I'm really looking forward to trying it with the mesh, because that was one thing I definitely loved with my Steam Crave Titan was the dual mesh dripper that was on that one. That was fantastic. That was what finally made me realize I had achieved the point of, okay, I've got enough airflow. I've got enough vapor production. I'm literally creating a weather front at this point. That is not absolutely necessary. I really need to, scale back and go enjoy the normal aspects of vaping, and maybe find your appreciation for restricted direct lung. That took me about 2 years before I could appreciate like Bogan's tanks and Mike Vape's tanks. Because Mike Vape's tanks, the Blaze and all the original ones, they were always too restricted for me. I was like, I want to breathe through it. And that was the wonderful thing about Steam Crave. They gave you as much airflow as you could possibly want. And it was up to you to turn it down to, what most other people like to enjoy their vapes at. Paulus, hello and welcome. Been vaping since 2010, and I just recently found your channel. Dude, your reviews are always on point and honest. Love much. Thank you. I appreciate the feedback. Thank you. Believe me, there's plenty of people out there that think my reviews are suck, because all I do is bring the best. Somebody called me the king of best. I'm like, well, you want to watch reviews of the average products? I got hundreds of products I could put out reviews and tell you that they are just average. There's nothing really wrong with them, but they're no better than half a dozen other tanks I have sitting there right next to it. I could do that if it makes people feel better. But I look at it from the perspective that your time is valuable, and so is mine.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, RDL is the best Alex. Now back to your regularly scheduled content.
You know what, Neil? The first
That
2
is
years
all.
of me vaping, those would be fighting words, because I would not have agreed with you. Not one bit. I thought it was dumb. If you want a restricted direct lung, you might as well be a mouth lung vapor. That was my perspective on it. But as I've, aged, kind of like fine wine, I've had the full gamut of airflow from the tightest possible mouth to lung. Like you take this one and you put the tightest airflow draw in there, and it's truly a suck your cheeks in to get a drag of that vape, to, like I said, the Steam Crave Titan, where you could literally fill your entire cavity of your lungs with vapor. It's taken quite a while for me to appreciate the restricted direct lung. And man, am I so happy with it now. Single coil, restricted direct lung, and the flavor is phenomenal. Somebody asked me the other day, he's like, how do I get the Hell Vape mouth to lung tank to be just like my disposable? And I had to kindly put together the scientific way of teaching him the fundamentals of vaping and coil technology, and the fact that this is using really, really, really tiny mesh coils. And there's no way in hell you can take, I don't care how fancy the Clapton coil is that goes into this, and you will never achieve the mystified vapor that comes out of your disposable. It's just not possible. Two different types of airflow. Disposables is a mesh coil where the airflow is high velocity, comes through the center of your coils, and it is surrounded by oodles and oodles of cotton that's saturated in liquid. You are not going to be able to get the same vapor out of this that you can out of this. The stock coils that come with this will get you close, but it's not going to be the same. It can't be the same, because the velocity of airflow in this is totally different than the ideal that they have in all these disposables. And the air pressure, yes, is much higher. That's what gives you that high velocity right through the center of your coils. So you've got minimal surface area on the inside of the coils. You have more surface area in the outer wrap of that mesh coil. And a lot of these disposables, unless you tear them apart, you'll never know that there's actually more than one mesh coil inside there. And the chip literally alternates between the two of them to maximize the length of the mesh that's inside that coil so it doesn't get dirty. It just sits in e-liquid, and the PG slowly dissolves the stuff that's built up on it, and then it switches to the other one. And then they take turns back and forth. Unless you're a beast and running in boost mode all the time, sucking that 50 milligrams of nicotine down. So be it. I mean, more power to you, but I can't do it that way. That's why if the only thing that was available was disposables, I might end up going back to smoking. Or I'd open up my own like dripper company or something, because no, 59 milligrams is just too much for me. I'll tell you a story later on when we get to the point, because this is actually the news section. We went to go see Adam Sandler this weekend, and my wife handed me a Zin pouch, a citrus one. That was supposed to be a 6 milligram, and let me tell you, I felt like I was sucking on a 50 milligram disposable, as potent as that was, as soon as it got in my gob. It's completely different than like this low. This, when you put this in your mouth, it feels like you just took a tampon, a clean, dry tampon, and put it in your mouth. It just like takes all that saliva and sucks it into the pouch. And you're like, where's the flavor? Where's the nicotine? Well, once that pouch is saturated with your saliva, then it slowly starts releasing the nicotine and slowly starts releasing the flavor. And it's kind of like the good old days when we used to have those tiger stripe gums. It was fantastic for 5 seconds. And then it sucked. It was done. It was nothing but chewing on a piece of rubber. Whereas, you got the fancy Bubblicious bubble gum that you could chew on that. And, man, for the first half hour, it just kept giving you more and more flavor and more sweetness and more, and then it slowly, gradually tapered away with the flavor. I think the same thing happens with these pouches. Some of them are absolutely abhorrent, but there is some upside to it. You get to enjoy it for a lot longer. Unlike that citrus Zine. I got a Nick Buzz for a good 10, 15 minutes. And then all of a sudden it was like, it's just a soppy sponge in my mouth. Get rid of this thing out of here. Anyway, Robert Kennedy knows all about this because he's a nicotine pouch user. And the damn hypocrite is still making hay and still making the news and convincing people to keep smoking cigarettes because vaping is bad. They're illicit products, and we need to crack down on them like if it was a warehouse housing, bricks of cocaine. That's disastrous for public health. It's time for vaping stigma to come to an end. But, Pam Bondi's got to look like she's actually doing something, and Mr. Malarkey at the FDA needs to appease his congressional senators that are beating on him to stamp out vaping to protect the children. And I have this suspicion that when Robert talked about, look at this pina colada flavor that's attractive to children, I think he knew exactly what the fuck he was saying. I think he knew that pina colada is an adult beverage. And I think he knew that he couldn't say no to this whole event because the ball's been in motion for a long time. The snowball's been rolling downhill. During his confirmation hearing, he had to reluctantly say, we're going to wipe them out. But I think he knows the truth. I think he wants to do the truth, and he wants to follow his instincts. But with all the other stuff he's got on his plate that he needs to accomplish, there's certain things he just can't say no to in public. He admitted in public, and just like in my last review video, I put his little tidbit in there. He knows that the safest way to consume nicotine is with a pouch. And a very, very, very close second to that is vaping. What we do here. But he, like everybody else, has to answer to his corporate overlords. Because, well, he wants to keep his job. And these senators that have been in government offices probably since before you and I were born have enough power to oust him if he rattles too many cages and upsets the current profit stream that's keeping them in office. But that isn't stopping this from being the first thing that showed up when I searched for vape news this week. And I think we've beat a dead horse enough already, but it just boggles my mind how they could do this and not think that there's going to be public health consequences to it. But the good thing is, now that the dust has settled a little bit, some people are coming forward saying, is this really a good thing? We've got a story from here in the States, and we've got one from the UK as well with their disposable vape ban. Protecting kids versus returning to cigarettes. Readers weigh in on Wisconsin's new vape law. Last week we talked about all the shops that are having to close up because, well, half their building's empty now. Because the stuff that everybody wants to buy and we're flying off the shelves, well, they're not allowed to sell anymore because it's not on the registry bill, on the registry list for the state. So finally, we get an honest reporter that wants to know, what's the public think of this whole situation? Because, you know, new restrictions went into effect September 1st on what vapes can be sold in Wisconsin. So we want to hear from our readers. How is this policy affecting you guys out there? Stores say that they had to remove many popular vapes from their shelves because they're not on the state's approved list of products. Some retailers say, well, their shop is closing. They have no choice but to close their shop up because you cannot survive only selling FDA-authorized products, which are also available in every gas station, convenience store, and grocery store from here to Timbuktu. And they suck. Nobody really wants to buy them, but some people will try them simply because, well, they know that it's better for them than, you know, picking up a fag and lighting it on fire and breathing in that beautiful combustion deep into their lungs. Of the 84 respondents in our unscientific survey, you know, the sad reality is that 84 respondents are like, well, this is like a mainstream press, and they could only find 84 people to answer their freaking question. You would be surprised how many scientific studies I've researched and read about vaping where the pool that they actually studied was like a fourth of that, like 20 or less. And then they published a scientific paper and claimed that, you know, everybody was going to die or get erectile dysfunction because they picked up a disposable vape. Meanwhile, the pool size that they surveyed was 20. Wouldn't be shocked to find out that they probably had like 500 and 480 of them didn't meet the criteria to make their study sound as scary as it did. So we just kind of forgot about them. Well, regardless, here's this beautiful article. Wisconsin is among 14 states that R.J. Reynolds bribed the politicians into passing this law. Oh, sorry, that wasn't in the article. Sorry, ad lib. Wisconsin's among the 14 states that have implemented a directory of FDA-approved vaping products. Lawsuits filed to block the law in other states have had mixed results. Kind of like in Wisconsin, it didn't go the way that they planned. It was some bought and paid for judge that was like, oh, I gotta protect the children. I gotta think of my grandchildren. This is to protect them. Dumbass, have you not heard about this thing called TikTok or the black market where you can get anything you want? Long are the days of Silk Road where there was a massive underground thing where you could use cryptocurrency to buy, you know, rocket grenade launchers and all kinds of other terrorist supplies. Now, anybody can sell anything anywhere. And what's the government going to do? How are you going to crack down on 20 million people buying products if you ban them all. We're going to be like Australia. You're going to have cartels doing firebombings on the shops that are left. But no, we can't learn from history. We got to repeat it. Every generation has to repeat the mistakes of their forefathers. Vape restrictions in Wisconsin are necessary to protect the children and students. Notice how it's in big, bold, black letters? I thought you were trying to find out what the people thought of this thing, not further the propaganda and misinformation. Removing adults' access to the single most effective way for them to never smoke a cigarette again. I see too many teens vaping. They have no idea what they're doing to their bodies. Neither do you, asshole. And the shops are not being held accountable for selling to the teens. That's because that's not where they got it from. The shops probably sold it to somebody who's of legal age to purchase them, and well, you can't control what a parent does for their own child. Have you ever thought about the fact that some of these teenagers that you catch vaping in school got the vape from their parent who said, I'll make a deal with you. All right? If you promise, bust, and smoke cannabis or tobacco, I will buy you whatever vape you want. You want a nicotine vape so you don't smoke cigarettes? I'll buy you one. You want a cannabis vape so that you don't smoke cannabis? I will buy you one. Have you ever thought, what percentage of the kids that are trying these vapes and get busted with them were given to them by their parents? And they're smart enough to know they're not going to turn their parent in for giving them the vape. I got it from Billy Bob's Corner Vape Shop. You going to go through 24/7, 365 days worth of video surveillance footage in that vape shop to find out that Billy Bob didn't actually sell that kid anything? Matter of fact, that kid's never even been near that store. You going to correlate that with the cell phone tracking data? No, you're just going to keep plastering the scaremongering information that's going to keep adults like me at our wits' end trying to figure out where we're going to get our next order from and if it's going to show up or not, or if it's going to be confiscated. I'm a college student at medicine, and many of my peers vape. Not only is it horrible for their health, bullshit. Are you a doctor? Do you actually know the facts? Do you know the pathophysiology for the way that this could actually potentially hurt somebody? Oh, you don't? You just, where'd you get this information from? Mainstream fear-mongering press? Bought and paid for by Bloomberg and his shills? Or the anti-tobacco industry? The fear-mongering industry? The campaign for let's introduce a whole new generation to tobacco products? But I often have to breathe in vape smoke in elevators. Oh, fuck you, asshole. Oh, by the way, I was at the Adam Sandler concert, as I mentioned earlier, and guess what they had running the entire time they opened the doors until the last person left the building? It's this thing called a fog machine. It was so thick in there, none of my vape reviews have even come close to replicating how soupy the air was in there from that fog machines that they had running the whole time, filling an entire PPG arena with the same fucking thing that comes out of this disposable vape. But see, you would have to understand fundamental science and, well, the basic understanding of how this product works and what ingredients go into them. That's the reason why I'm now doing mixing at the beginning of the show and not just holding it to the end of the show, so people understand that this isn't something that they can just ban and it's going to go away, because the ingredients that we use to make these are readily sold for thousands of other purposes. You're going to ban the flavorings that go into all your cupcakes and your lovely flavored supercalifragilistic delicious pancake mixes? Huh? No? Of course not. The stuff's going to be there. You're going to be able to DIY the rest of your life, no matter what the government does. You just won't be able to buy it in a vape shop or a vape supply store. You're going to have to go to Walmart and buy your VG. You're going to have to go to Tractor Supply to buy your PG, or you could order from a pharmaceutical, or a chemical warehouse, and you're good to go there. You're going to be able to buy nicotine because I'm sorry, but that's legal for sale for people that want to make their own nicotine gum that never makes the hay, and nobody ever talks about it. But you could technically buy your 100 milligram nicotine solution in PG and tell the people that you bought it from, oh, I make my own nicotine gum so I don't smoke. Oh, that's cool. You're not vaping. I'll be glad to sell it to you. But once it gets in your door and you're in your own little lab, how are they going to know what you're doing with it? There's no way to know. But I often breathe smoke in elevators, cars, classrooms, and even walking outside because only the thing I should breathe when I'm walking outside is clean, fresh air, from your public transportation that is using diesel motors and all the lovely soot that comes out of there. That's not carcinogenic at all. Can't possibly be. They would have switched to like natural gas fuel or something where the only emissions is water vapor. But, like everything else in a for-profit world, it might not be cost-effective to do that yet. We caught my 15-year-old granddaughter vaping. It seems easier for them to get and hide, especially with all the fancy ways they're made, and they put electronic games on them. That, to me, targets the kids. No, asshole. Our generation was the generation we grew up dumping quarter after quarter after quarter into arcade machines. I want a vape where I can play a set of Tetris on or something. But no. We need to protect your children because you're too fucking lazy to actually parent your children. So there I am, stuck with a disposable. It's got a beautiful, massive screen on it that doesn't do jack shit. Meanwhile, a software engineer tore one of these apart last week, and it's got enough computing power to run a web server. So technically, there's no reason why I couldn't do Tetris. But, we got to protect you lazy-ass parents from parenting your children. And adults, you can go fuck off with your rights to access these products. Like, that makes any logical sense whatsoever. Because it was nice to see that they actually bolded this, though. Vapes have helped ex-smokers who worry about returning to cigarettes. Yes, we do. Because, for the longest time, we tried all your bullshit pharmaceutical products. We tried the prescription drugs that actually gave us nightmares that were worse than anything you could possibly imagine. And that was supposed to help us quit smoking. Well, for the people that committed suicide because they were on this pill, it worked. But they're dead now. So you didn't accomplish anything productive for society unless your goal is to reduce the population of people that are living on this planet. Heaven forbid. I switched from traditional tobacco products to vaping. I've seen definite improvements in my health, as well as seeing savings in money. Dennis, 59, Central Wisconsin. I bet he would like to have Tetris on his disposable vape, too. But he didn't talk about that, and if he did, you sure as hell weren't going to cover it. I'm an ex-smoker. I'm 36 years old. 36 years old? No, 36 years as a smoker. And this is the only thing that has kept me successful at not smoking. I'm currently at 0 milligram.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, and back then Alex, the video games were too violent, they always want to ban something. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
It's supposed to rot your brain. I don't think so. I think people that wanted their brain rotted got their brain rotted and had nothing to do with the video games or whether they played them or not. They chose to remain ignorant. It's not for lack of information. You can get information anywhere you want nowadays. Matter of fact, nowadays it's gotten to the point where if you're intelligent, you've come to realize you can't just listen to any source because even the AI chatbots are programmed to get part of it wrong because that way they can guarantee that they're not going to get a copyright claim. When they read one or two sentences out of a book and then the lawyers still jump in line to sue them because well, you have the contents of that you trained your AI, and you're telling people with the stuff that we wrote. Because, money trumps everything. Public health, money's more important. Your health, your life, it can be bought and paid for. You're disposable in society. That's the world we live in. Wisconsin's vape regulations compared to banning alcohol. What? Somebody is actually comparing what's happening with vaping to alcohol prohibition? This is government interfering in commerce when there are rules for sales to minors. Restricting adults' access to these devices is not what the government should be doing. You'd be surprised how many people that don't vape, that have looked into this situation, come up with that same conclusion. Like, this is so wrong on so many levels. Like, how does this keep going on? It's just wild how the government is able to decide for the masses what we can and we can't do to our own bodies. No one is trying to ban alcohol, which is undoubtedly one of the most addicting drugs that lead to over 100,000 deaths a year. This is another situation where not everybody fits into the same glass. There's a certain percentage of the population that when they have a drink of alcohol, they want the whole bottle. One glass is not enough. They want the whole bottle, and then they want the bottle that comes after that. And then there's a certain percentage of the population that could give or take it. Like, they can enjoy a glass and then not enjoy another glass for months and months. And it's the same thing with other substances out there. Some people, are nicotine naive. You give them a vape, they take a single puff of it, and they will be like, Nick Buzz, instantaneous, do not ever want to touch this again. I now have an aversion to that vape and will never touch a vape again the rest of my life. And then you have other people that they take a puff of that vape and they go, wow, where'd my ADHD symptoms go? How long has that been there? I never noticed that before. And I can read the whole thing, and my mind's not rushing to look at something over there. Well, wow. We're all different. You can't just make blanket statements that apply to everybody on the population, everybody in the world. It's stupid. We don't ban fruity alcohol and brightly colored alcohol because it appeals to kids. Watch your kids like a good parent and leave us the fuck alone. Wonderful. We actually did get to see more than one side of the story with this particular article from the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. And I would really like to congratulate the author, Hope Carnop. I don't know whether you vape or not, but I really appreciate your journalistic integrity and actually portraying all sides of the topic, because that is a very rare thing to find in today's propaganda-filled world. Next, vape shop regulations proposed in Pittsburgh City Council would keep stores away from schools. And that is not all. If that's all this was, nobody would give two shits about that, me included. I could care less whether you implement these rules or not. But when I've done this long enough, I know better. You're only going to tell me the part that's going to ruffle the least amount of feathers and appease the most number of people. When you get down to the nitty-gritty and you read the fine print, you come to find out you're bought and paid for Bloomberg shill. There ain't a doubt in my mind. City Council members introduced a measure on Tuesday that would limit where and when vape shops are allowed to operate and set requirements for how they can display their products. Councilors sponsoring the bill say that the goal is to prevent vape shops from marketing to young people. Wait a minute. If these are adult-only vape shops that do not let anybody under the age of 21 into the store, how the fuck is it any of your business what they do inside their walls? Like, the local vape shop that we have here across the river literally has posters covering the entire glass on the front of their stores. So anybody walking by from the neighboring store to the other neighboring store can't even see what's inside. All you see is a sign flashing that says vape stuff, vape store, vape shop. That's it. Like the posters that they put up over the windows are nowhere near anything vape related. It's just some ridiculous pattern that somebody came up with and, is too cheap and chintzy to be considered wallpaper, but it works good to cover up your front windows so that none of the children can see what's in a vape shop. Because, that's going to stop them from trying it when their, peers say, hey, dude, you want a puff of this? It's really good, man. Tastes good. Flavor's nice. Kind of like when you and I were kids and, you had the smokers that always wanted to see if you wanted to try one of them. Because, they thought that everybody in the world should be smoking. Anyway. Looking into this, there have been so many different instances, whether it's downtown, the south side, whether it's just flooding our neighborhoods and on the main streets, where vape shops have just become a nuisance. To who? Who is this a nuisance to? Please tell me. Because I want to have a conversation with them and tell them about how these are the products that saved my life. That I would still be smoking a cigarette and blowing actual smoke into their face if it wasn't for this coming into existence and being readily available for me to purchase and continue to purchase so that I don't pick up a pack of smokes next time I'm filling the truck up with fuel at the local gas station. You don't have a problem with the whole wall full of cigarettes back there, but now all of a sudden it's a vape. It's a problem for you. And that doesn't make any logical sense to me whatsoever. So please tell me, how is it a nuisance? Just because you said so? Well, I have a whole line of people and a whole bunch of people that are watching this stream today that'll tell you go fuck yourself. It's not a nuisance. It's an essential health need for them. There have been so many problems in and around these shops. Oh, now we're going to blame the vape shops for the neighborhood crime statistics. Is that right? Is this the only way you can get this bill past City Council, is to keep coming up with more and more ways of, lying to the public to get them to see your point of view? It doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. Well, if this is approved, new vape shops could not be placed within 1,500 feet of any elementary or secondary school. Well, that pretty much wipes out about 98% of the city. The way that you guys have the school district set up. It's not like, when I grew up, and certainly the way it is now, all the schools are pretty much in like one freaking big, massive complex, like a college facility. Most schools, and like Pittsburgh included, you have local schools. This one's an elementary school in this block. You go 4 blocks over, and there's another school, and that one's your middle school. Then you go 4 blocks over, and there's a junior high, and then you go another freaking 6 blocks that direction, and there's the high school. Well, you wiped out half the park there, half the city there. Licensed daycare centers, because your infants are really curious about vaping products, aren't they? That daycare facility. That makes a lot of fucking sense. Not. Religious institutions. What, you can't have a vape shop next to a church? Why? People that go to church aren't like the same people that don't go to church? Well, what makes the church special that you have to protect them from vape shop businesses within 1,500 feet of them? Public parks? The only reason why you would ban something that there is no secondhand smoke from in a public park is because you're ignorant and choose to be, or because you're bought and paid for. Or playgrounds. Or another vape shop. That makes absolutely no fucking sense to me. If 2 vape shops want to be right next to each other, so be it. Well, how is that causing harm? Matter of fact, that actually improves the situation overall in the city because now they're all concentrated and coagulated into one specific area. Well, this makes no sense whatsoever.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, vape shops attract the wrong type of people. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
Reefer madness. That's what this is founded on. Bullshit reefer madness that nobody on the face of the earth actually believes is true. How do we know? Because we believed that and we're gullible when we were in high school and we took the DARE program And then we became adults and were exposed to the real world where none of this shit actually makes a bit of difference one way or the other. And eventually, no matter what circles you travel in, you all eventually end up having that one friend of yours that's been a secret drug user their entire lives. And you would have never known for it had they not walked up to you and said, "Hey man, you want to try this? You want to partake too?" Kind of like your favorite alcoholic, always wanting to socialize, so long as you drink. And then once they realize, you've been sober and you don't want to drink, then that circle of friends all of a sudden vaporizes into nothing. And now you got to find new friends, because if you don't want to drink with your old friends, then they don't consider you a friend anymore. What? That's reality. That's the world we live in. Our social circles are built upon commonalities. And, well, when you don't want to drink and your friend wants to drink, and not only do they want to drink, but they want to drink every day after work and every weekend, all weekend long, whether it be during the football game or, whether it be going out and listening to some music at the bar or just coming over for a cookout and, downing another case of Bud Light. That's what their world revolves around.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, I always thought the DARE program was a game they were challenging me with. Now back to your regularly scheduled content.
And isn't that something that is so comically true? What percentage of populations are, especially the youth, are the kind of people where they expressly do everything that you tell them not to do? Like, if you don't talk about it, they wouldn't even have the faintest inkling to try this shit. But the second you tell them, no, you're not allowed to do it, they're the first ones in line to figure out how they can do it. If no other reason than just to piss you the fuck right off. This is making big hay here for some people. New bill seeks common sense curbs. How is anything that we've talked about so far common sense? Common sense for who? Can you talk to some people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about and get their opinion on it? Because they're going to tell you you're either a shill or you're a moron. And it's not, disparaging towards you. It's calling you out on the fact that you chose to be ignorant. The facts are out there. Vapingfacts.health.nz will teach you everything you need to know. And then maybe you can take your high horse and go focus on some other problem in society that needs fixed. But vaping is not one of them. It's also going to prohibit new and existing vape shops from operating between 11 p.m. and 9 a.m. Why? Aren't the kids supposed to be in bed or on their way to school between 11 p.m. and 9 a.m.? Well, what is common sense about that rule? You don't have a problem with the bar staying open until 2 o'clock in the morning. You don't have a problem with clubs where you can go and consume alcohol until 3 o'clock in the morning staying open, and that's when last call is, and they don't actually leave the building until 3:30 when the owners have to push them out or face a violation of LCB laws. That's Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board. I believe this is common sense limits on vape shops in Pittsburgh. Bobby Wilson, you're a fucking moron. You are legit taking adults' rights away from them and trying to do it under the same guise as everybody else does when atrocities have been committed. You're protecting the children who aren't actually going to be affected in one way, shape, or form by any of this. The only people that you're affecting with this bullshit law are the adults who have a right to choose what they put inside their body and when they go and purchase them. But whatever. You obviously got paid to do this, because I cannot honestly see any logical reason for your bullshit and your shenanigans. And it's only going to hurt people. And then here's another lovely carryover from the anti-tobacco regime that's out there. Are you ready for this, folks? Plain packaging may help tackle teen vaping. Because the kids really give a fuck about what the packages look like. And, well, they should look like pharmaceutical products, black and white only. What? This is just dumb. Plain outright dumb. If these products are restricted to adult-only places, then they can look whatever they look like. They can have cartoons on them. They can have whatever they want on them. Why has the vape industry constantly taken this conciliatory approach? I'll tell you exactly why. Because we were all smokers. And our entire fucking lives, we were browbeat about how we're smokers. Oh, you stink. Oh. Meanwhile, those of us that were smokers, we didn't smell our own stench. It wasn't until we quit smoking that we could see, oh, dude, I get what you were saying. When, 6 months after I quit smoking and was a vapor, and a friend of mine who had also quit smoking because he had a freaking heart attack, and the VA told him, if you don't quit smoking, dude, you're going to be dead in a year. So he quit smoking. Except, I called him up the one time. I was like, hey, dude, you want to stop over, have a coffee, and shoot the shit? Oh, yeah, no problem, dude. I got nothing going on that day. Stopped over. I'm like, you're smoking again, aren't you? Yeah. You going to make me go outside? I'm like, no, you can fucking stand here. I don't give a shit. Doesn't bother me. You're an adult. You're a grown-ass man. You can fucking choose to put as many nails in your coffin as you want to, and I don't give two fucks about it. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to tell you to your face that that's what you're doing. You can do it whatever you want. Because, see, I was an ex-smoker, and I hated all the times in my life that I was chastised for my choice to consume combustible tobacco. So, as an ex-smoker, that is the last fucking thing I'm ever going to do to anybody. You want to smoke? Go ahead and smoke. My son's a perfect example, right? He's stationed here in the States now. And we had a nice conversation over the weekend, and he called me up, and we sat there and chatted for a good hour or so, and I'm like, so you smoking or you vaping? Just curious. Or, doesn't matter. You're an adult. You can do whatever you want. Just curious. He's like, oh, no, man, there's vape shops all around me. I'm like, you didn't answer the question. If you want to smoke, smoke. Be a man and tell me that's what you want to do. Don't tell me what I want to fucking hear.
Attention, everyone. According to Neil Pitts, after you quit you had to detail the inside of your car to try and get that smell out. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
And it didn't actually go away. You could cover it up and mask it with a whole bunch of other smells, but once that stuff, that tar from your exhaled smoke got permeated into the fabric of the carpet inside your vehicle, that part you couldn't get rid of. You can get rid of, like, the film that was coating the windows and the dash and that kind of thing, steering wheel, whatever. You can clean most of that up and get rid of most of it. But, like, the fabric of the seats in your vehicle and the carpet, I'm sorry, it's always going to be there. There are still days where I get into my truck and I go, there's a faint smell of something here that I recognize, but I don't know what it is. And I'm convinced that that is actually the remnants of when I used to smoke in there. And that was 6 years ago. But whatever. It is what it is. We've all made our choices in our life. Everybody's made bad choices at some point in time in their life. Some people, that's all they ever do in their life is made bad choices. Some people never learn because they don't want to. And that's fine. There's nobody that should tell you what to go do with yourself. You are an adult human being. As long as you're contributing to society in some way, shape, or form, nobody should have an ounce of any say-so in what that person chooses to do or chooses not to do. That's what America was supposed to be founded on. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As long as my happiness didn't interfere with what you wanted, there was nothing to even talk about. Those days are long gone. Somebody's got to bug up their ass and won't stop talking about it until they finally get what they want. And as soon as they get what they want, they're never satisfied. They got to go find somebody else to fucking remove their adult legally bound rights to, do what they want, just to appease them for another, crusade mission. Meanwhile, the UK tobacco and vapes bill currently before the House of Lords are going to give the government powers to regulate packaging, display, advertising, and flavors of vapes to reduce the appeal to young people. Because the black market really gives two shits about your plain packaging. That's really going to work. Remind me again where these kids buying their stuff from? Or do you not want to know that fact? That you actually know, deep down inside, you know that. Well, earlier this year, Action on Smoking and Health reported that 7% of 11 to 17-year-olds in Great Britain currently vape, which is bullshit. Just because you tried one in the last fucking month doesn't make you a vapor. Does that mean if I have a child who takes a sip of alcohol, they are now a fucking alcoholic? Because they tried an alcoholic beverage in the past 30 days, they're now an alcoholic? Is that how the new terminology goes? What, that logic doesn't apply to alcohol? What fucking planet are you on? You need to go live on some deserted island where you can make up the rules. You sound like a freaking toddler. They make up the rules as they go along, and they're constantly changing and never the same twice. It's like playing with the little, 5-year-old that comes up with this card game, and the card game is named I Win. And no matter what fucking hand they get dealt, they win. And no matter what hand you have, even if it's the same hand that they had the last round, they still win and you still lose. What? No. It's not the world that we live in. And more people need to stand up against this kind of atrocity and say, what you're doing is wrong. And I'm sorry, but you need to stop. Just go away. Go do something else with yourself. Go take up scuba diving or something. Unreal. But this is the crap that they're pushing on the UK now. Not only is disposable vapes been completely banned, but now they want whatever remains to be plain packaging. I caught wind of this a year ago, 2 years ago at the E6 Summit UK. They were talking about this. The scientific study came out, and it was like, oh, yeah, everybody wants this. No, nobody wants this. Nobody gives two fucks. Who actually would walk into the store and go, well, what's the difference between that Blue Rad's lemonade and that strawberry burnt one and the other brand strawberry burnt one that's also identical to that one? They're all the same. This is more brainwashing. Trying to get you to think this is the same as cigarettes because, cigarettes in plain packaging are supposed to get people to quit. Well, the horrific images on the packages of people that have their entire trachea visible because of lung cancer and they had to be excised the whole front of their skull, that wasn't enough to scare people to quit smoking. So we're going to try plain packaging with nothing on it. It's just a white box with printing. You're a moron. Go do something else with your life. Because this is certainly not beneficial to public health. It's crazy. Oxva, Elf Bar, Vape again. Which one do I want to buy? You're just wasting more of my time because now I really don't know what to do with myself. None of them. Oh, that's the goal. None of them are supposed to look appealing in any way, shape, or form. Go buy your pack of cigarettes because we need your tax dollars. That's what this is all about. More crap. More crap. So, health officials have a job. Health officials trying to tackle a massive and tragic use of vapes among teens. You are a dumbass motherfucker. Let me tell you why, okay? How many of these kids, if vapes didn't exist on the face of the earth, would be smoking cigarettes and you wouldn't give two shits about it? Huh? Care to tell me that? or you refuse to even take a second to think about what the hell you're doing to realize you're making the situation worse. The world would be a better place if you never existed and your stupid ideas were never formed in anybody's head. E-cigarettes are easy to obtain and difficult to detect by parents and teachers. Yeah, well, you know what? You're one of those people that the world would have been a better place had your mama chose to swallow. Let's get some facts out there. We want some scientific evidence for that. I'm sure we can do a scientific study and find out, and come up with a hypothesis and then prove that. Or, maybe you'll get lucky and we'll disprove that. I don't know. Local health officials are warning about a troubling rise in teen vaping. Not according to the data. Not according to the data in any of these fucking countries where this shit goes on. The numbers have been plummeting over decades. Matter of fact, in the United States, teen and youth nicotine consumption is at a 50-year record fucking low. Like, since I was born, it's done nothing but plummet. There's some little blips in the data where they, bumps up 0.5% or 1% or something like that. But overall, total nicotine consumption has been on the decrease for 5 decades. That's 10 lustrum for those of you intelligent enough to understand what a lustrum is. Numbers obtained by CBC News show more than 300 instances where public and Catholic school administrators called enforcement officers because teens vaping on school property, and 245 warnings issued to students for either vaping or sharing their vapes with their friends. Oh, so you want them to be greedy little children? Is that what it is? That's what your real problem is? It certainly isn't for the health consequences of this, because how many of them did you have to take to the hospital by ambulance because they vaped? Oh, none of them? Because there have been people that have been using these instead of combustible cigarettes for 2 decades, and they only say about how many different ways their health improves. Oh, so your brain worms that the, United States Propaganda Agency of the HHS service decided to implement and, whitewash the country with, doesn't actually hold water. It's all nothing but bullshit. Yeah, gotcha. I totally understand what you're doing there. Catholic and high schools in London and surrounding counties request for service 319 from 2023 to 2024 and 302 the following year. Warnings 337 to 245. Wait a minute. Didn't you just get telling me that this is a fucking epidemic crisis situation's getting worse? Your own fucking numbers prove you're wrong. Charges 17. Charges 31. Oh, so you're actually charging people more, but you're not actually fucking found anything that's worthwhile.
Hi, everyone. I'm on my way home. Just saying hello to you all.
Nice, matey. I'm crying the blues
Driving
about
home.
the UK.
I'm driving home.
Nice.
Sorry I'm late, boys and girls.
No worries, matey. Do you know that the Catholic schools in the UK have a vaping epidemic?
Really?
Yeah. The warnings went from 337 to 245. So
No way, you bugger.
the downward turn is an epidemic for the health professionals that rely on this to have a job.
Jesus Christ. I thought it was called the priest for the choir boys. That was a big epidemic.
They don't want to talk
Are
about
you
that.
live now? Are you live now, yeah?
Of course. Been live for 2 hours there, matey. You know better.
Shocking. Been an absolute conundrum of conundrums today, so. But I shouldn't be too long. I'm on my way home. I'm about half hour out, so I'll be in as quick as possible, guys. So see you all soon.
No worries, matey. We'll see you shortly.
So take it goodbye.
Cheers, mate. Nice. There's your status check. He's still alive. He'll be here shortly. Not a benign substance, they say. Health officials have previously tackled and brought down rates of smoking among young people and are using the same techniques to tackle smoking. Dumbass. Fundamental science. Without combustion, there's no smoke. So when they use a vape, they're not smoking. Sorry for your luck. This is some little thing called science, fundamental understanding of how things work and how things interact with each other. And, well, when you don't reach the temperature of combustion, it's not smoke. Smoke is what results from combustion. Actually, it's what results from incomplete combustion. Because if you completely combust something, well, it's a completely different scenario than when you incompletely combust something. We have young people who will always be young people. Why did they die? Because that's the only way somebody that's young can stay forever young, despite what our lovely songs from the 80s told us, that we were forever young. But it doesn't take very long for you to realize that's a load of horse shit. When you get out of bed at you're 50 years old or older, it's not the same feeling as when you were 25 and you were crawling out of bed. And your size has nothing to do with it. Bones creak and crack because shit breaks down over time. No matter how much of a health nut you are, you will come to realize that no matter how much you want to do exercise and healthy eating and a healthy lifestyle and how much you want to biohack, which that's something that biohackers are doing now. Guess you don't want to talk about that either, huh? Biohackers use this to improve their health outtake because they realize that there are beneficial effects from consuming this, and they know better than to overdo it. Unlike your children, buy it on the black market, and their whole purpose is to frickin' overdo it. But, I mean, it's no different than what we did as kids. You know, you push the limits because you really don't know what they are. And for some of us, the only way to find out how that toaster works is to tear the fucking thing apart. And most of us never got it put back together again. Mama had to go out and buy a new toaster if she wanted to toast bread. Or do it in a different way. Fortunately, we live in a global society where some places don't give a fuck what happens in the United States or the UK. And, you know, kind of like the adolescent teenager that has to figure it out for themselves, they take and chart their own path. Let's take a look at the United Arab Emirates for that situation.
Attention everyone. According to Mallory Gates, when they say flavor addict the children, why the fuck is there something called fume out there? Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
Yeah, I did see that you sent me that link, Mal. Fume. The Good Habit. And you know the best part is their website is tryfume.com. Kind of like they wanted it to be a mystery. Try fun. Fun flavors. You've got a mystery offer. Oh, look at that. Creating good habits, stress, fidgety, all the above. We've got a mystery offer for you. Just give us your email address so we can blast your email 24/7 until you give us some of your money, and we'll send you some beautiful flavors to breathe in. Here's one for you. No. You're in. Can I go back to the site? Yeah, thanks. I feel bad for whoever Cujo2793 is because their email constantly gets signed up for all kinds of stuff. Break up your bad habit. 0 nicotine. No batteries. No vapor. No calories. What? Why would there be calories in it? Freedoms from smoke, nicotine, and toxins. Flavored air device. guilt-free, zero nicotine, no batteries, adjustable airflow. Fidgety. Oh, it's environmentally friendly. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I know. I've seen that, Patrick, for years. Matter of fact, I have to laugh because that's some of the stuff that actually gets shown on the stuff that was monetized on this channel. I'd get all kinds of stuff like that on there. In addition to things like nicotine gum. You're perfectly allowed to have that. But our content, which is actually the same, is not allowed out there. What a joke. Flavored water. It's more like flavored water, and Juul is less sweet, like sticky soda. You know, this just goes to prove you could literally sell anything to anybody to make a buck. Wonder how many people quit smoking with one of those. I wonder if anybody could find even just one person that was able to use that to quit smoking. Meanwhile, the UAE researchers say almost 40% of the United Arab Emirates university students use nicotine products, compared to 24% for the second place country of Kuwait. Almost 4 in 10 university students use vapes, researchers found, the highest figure among the Arab nations analyzed. Wide availability, many flavors, and heavy online promotion, and high incomes could be sparking interest in the nicotine products, researchers said. But you're a researcher, you couldn't find the answers to those questions? It could be? Oh, wait a minute, you're a real scientist, and everything's always going to be a could or a may. Nothing is absolutely certain, because some bloke might come out with a scientific study next week that finds the exact opposite results of what your study found. Because the world isn't that simple. But I thought that was interesting. The study by researchers in the UAE, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Egypt, and the U.S. surveyed 1,338 students across these countries, and UAE had 237 students quizzed to come up with these figures. So the pool of studied population was quite small in relative terms. 23% of university students in UAE had smoked an e-cigarette in the past month. So now they're permanently vapors for the rest of their life. I wonder if you say the same thing when they drink, and that's a taboo over there. Well, why are students taking up vaping? Could it possibly be because they can study better? Because, well, we already know scientifically that nicotine improves cognition and cognitive abilities. And it's a lot better than taking amphetamines. Because, you know, that's all our generation had to try and do the same thing. And if you're comparing amphetamines to this, I know what I would rather have them do. But, you know, who am I? I'm just your typical average Joe Blow. What's inside an e-cigarette? We already know that, man. We do rebuildable stuff here all the time. But I guess it's important to teach the public the fundamental characteristics of it. And then finish off with a beautiful health warning to please the prohibitionists out there. Meanwhile, in the Vaping Post, we have a beautiful article that looks at our perspective on things and goes, so how's that UK disposable vape ban panning out? Is it as shitty as we thought it was going to be, or is it worse? Because I certainly don't think it could be better. I certainly never expected it to accomplish anything except fuel the black market. Bans don't erase demand. They shift it. Smarter regulation, innovative technology, and smart enforcement can protect youth while keeping safer options available for smokers and ex-smokers.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, FEM also allows you to add flavor to your cocaine by snorting it through it.
Hey!
Now back to your regularly scheduled content.
I know half a dozen people that would love that. And they ain't the brightest light bulb in the box, so I might have to mention that to them. See if they actually take up the offer. It'd be interesting. Maybe I could do a scientific study for it. Maybe HHS will pay me to do that study. Because, it's advancing the forefront of knowledge. That's the whole purpose of scientific studies. Unfortunately, in today's world, scientific studies aren't actually there to expand the wealth of knowledge of humanity. It's to accomplish a prohibition mission in some country along the way. Because, somebody can profit off of that prohibition. No. How many of you out there find it just as annoying as I do? Every website you go to has a bloody pop-up that tries to get you to give them their email so they can send you more crap. Like, I'm here for one article. Can you just leave me alone? Let me read it. Is that asking too much? 3 months into the UK's nationwide ban on disposable vapes, cracks are already showing in the policy's foundations. Far from easing environmental pressures or curbing youth uptake as intended, evidence suggests that the ban has instead fueled waste problems, bolstered illicit sales, and risked undoing years of progress in reducing combustible tobacco use. Well, isn't that exactly what we told them was going to happen? But they didn't listen to us and don't give two shits about what we think. And eventually we're going to win this because, well, they're a bunch of morons. And the more this happens, the more people realize they're nothing but full of shit. They're paid for propagandists that make a living off of all this lies and fear-mongering that make the situation worse and not better. That's crazy. If I was a kid and you would have told me the world was going to end up like 1984, I would have told you were nuts. Little did I know how the most hated book when I was growing up that was required reading was going to have such a massive impact on my life. And how easily I recognize the crap nowadays, whereas before, I probably would have bought the mainstream media propaganda as gospel truth because I thought everybody in the world was, trying to make it a better place. That's funny. Sad, but funny. You got to laugh at it because, you throw yourself into a major state of depression if you actually realized how shitty the world is that we live in and how few people actually want to make the place a better, not just for their children, but just make it a better place because they were there. Isn't that a life goal for some of the people out in the world? Or just a very, very select few of us? Well, for the waste sector, this has only deepened risks because lithium batteries inside of vapes and cell phones and laptops and wireless earbuds and, well, just about everything that we use that's technology related nowadays is making its way to the landfills because they're notorious for sparking fires when crushed or damaged during sorting accidents. And prove me wrong. If you throw your cell phone into the trash and that compactor happens to crush the lithium battery inside there, isn't the same exact shit going to happen? Of course it is. Because fundamental science teaches you that, well, it's the lithium battery that's causing the fire, and it's causing the fire because you're essentially dead shorting the electrons inside of there. And, well, when you dead short a lithium battery, it causes it to go into thermal runaway. Doesn't matter whether it's in a vape or a cell phone or it's a laptop battery that you threw out, or it's a cordless drill battery that you threw out, or it's your wife's vibrator batteries that you threw out. It's the same thing. The ban had two main objectives. None of them have been accomplished whatsoever. Did it protect the environment? Fuck no. Because the only difference between the banned substance and this is that this one has a charging port. Still legal for sale because it's not a single-use device. So what's the big deal? What did you accomplish? Has a charging port, not banned. Has a charging port, not banned. Damn, I still can't believe that still has 10% left. This is the vape I took on my cruise last year. Sour apple Skittles. Tasty. From high streets to back alleys. While disposables are no longer legally available, they have hardly vanished. Reports from Trading Standards and police raids show that the black market disposables are being sold all over the place. We didn't actually ban it. It's like everything else. Prohibition never works. All it does is it moves the legally available products to a classification of illegal, and, well, then it's like locks. Locks only keep the honest people out. The criminal will always find a way to disable that lock and get what they want to get. And all you're doing is making a percentage of your population that were legal, law-abiding adults now criminals for partaking in the facilitation of not smoking cigarettes. Sounds pretty stupid when you put it that way, doesn't it? Smarter alternatives to bans. Well, that ain't going to happen. There's too many people making a buck off of this situation. Prohibition-heavy policies create unintended consequences. Yeah, we talked about that. Dangerous black market. You want me to show you pictures of the latest firebombing in Australia? We're over 255 now. There's legit people that have died that were never a smoker, never a vapor. They just happened to live in the wrong fucking place and were home the night that the fucking cartel blew up the shop next door. And it just took a couple of minutes too long for the firefighters to get there. And, well, by the time they got there, it was too late. You were trapped in your apartment building, and there was no fucking way getting out. And you succumbed from smoke inhalation and died. Congratulations. Prohibition, you've caused more problems than if you would have just done nothing at all. Smarter paths benefiting both youth and adults. Don't expect them to actually come up with a logical solution. Your whole still following the TPD 2 mil requirements is the biggest environmental catastrophe ever man-made. Second to cigarette filters, that still ravage the planet, take 30 years to fully decompose. But, pharmaceutical industry has got to make a profit off of those cigarette filters and, work with their allies in big tobacco to make a buck because, they're just trying to make a living. Disposable vapes ban is branded as a failure with loopholes keeping near identical products on the market. Yeah. What did you think was going to happen? That's all that you require for it to be not a single-use device. 2 of those don't have a USB device visible. They probably have one on the side. The other 3 have USB charging ports, so the battery is rechargeable, and, well, it's still disposable once the tank is empty, because the only one that I've ever found that was designed to be completely not disposable and at least let you refill the tank at least once, you can't find them in the United States anymore. I think it was made originally by Oxfa, and their subsidiary company SVOPP. That was fucking fantastic, man. The battery, I've got batteries that are still unopened, but you can't buy the tanks for it anymore. And this was like $8. I mean, this was a win-win for everybody. When this tank goes bad, you can recycle the tank because it's essentially just plastic with some wires and contact and a little metal coil in there, but technically it's all recyclable. And this was $8 instead of having to buy the whole freaking thing. So you were technically reusing the batteries to the maximum extent possible and only ditching plastic. But you can't get them because, Robert Kennedy needed something to do that day, and he needed to appease our lovely Krishnamurti and the other schmuck in charge in the Senate. Because Illinois is the worst example of what to do in this world. Some people would argue it's California, but I know too many people that live in California and love it, despite its downfalls. Scotland's disposable vapes ban has been branded a failure. Oops. This isn't just the UK. This is northern Scotland. Disposable vapes ban has been branded a failure? Are you going to admit that? Are any of them ever going to admit that it's a failure? No. Their job relies on blowing sunshine up your ass and making themselves look good. And unfortunately, Ireland is no better. I'm not even going to finish reading the rest of this one because we're going to get to there. Nope. This one. I got a bunch of articles from the UK this week. Irish Examiner reveals that the tax on vape liquid is likely to be introduced at the end of this year. So for those of you in Ireland, you're about to get fucked again. Congratulations. The delayed tax on vape liquid is now likely to be introduced by the end of the year, with work to implement it well advanced ahead of time. In other words, we tried to push this through last year and you fuckers rose up against us. We predicted a bunch of you have gotten complacent and are now going to not pay attention when we reintroduce the same fucking thing that we did last year again this year. And well, your €8 bottle of e-liquid, it's not even a bottle, it's only 2 mils of e-liquid for €8 is now going to set you back €9.23. And that includes VAT. That's supposed to make you feel better. Due to the operational administrative challenges associated with this measure, it will not commence until middle of next year. So we're going to fuck you now, and you won't feel it until June of next year. Thanks. That's supposed to make me feel better? Who does that make feel better? You, because June of next year, you're going to be nowhere in sight, and nobody's even going to know who to blame for this crap that they're now stuck with, because once you give government powers to do something, and once you give up a fundamental right to something, the chance of you ever getting that back is slim and none. And Slim Shady left town back in the 80s. Sorry for your luck. It is likely the tax will be in place before the end of the year. Wait a minute, I thought you said it's not going to fuck people until June of next year. You can't even figure out and get your ducks in a row to tell me exactly when people are going to get raped another 10% to keep not smoking cigarettes? Huh? Crazy. There's other countries in the world that are just as screwed as you. Don't worry. But there are some countries where, they're doing the right thing. Here we go. Stroud residents help prevent fires with a brand new battery and vape collection service. What? The public authorities have actually implemented a recycling program where if you have a spent battery, you can have it safely collected. the same time as you dispose of your normal trash? What a bloody fantastic idea! Now, how come the rest of the world isn't doing this? What happened to common sense legislation that actually solves a problem? And, well, once it's solved, it's no longer an issue. You know, can't we do that on everything? Do we always have to have 8,000-page, spending bills to hide all of our bullshit legislation in? Can't we just have one topic, one bill, and have it be like a single page or less, if possible, and actually accomplish the things that all of us agree on? Because it actually makes the situation better and isn't designed to make one person rich and everybody else just has to cough up the extra cash, tighten their belts even further. Since the service launched in May of 2025, the Council's waste collection partner, Ubico, has collected more than 1 ton of batteries and 80 kilograms of vapes, demonstrating the community's commitment to safe and responsible recycling. No stigma necessary, and we don't keep track of who's disposing vapes and who isn't. Although we can keep track of it and, once a year send you a card celebrating that you're another year smoke-free. But, that's expecting too much in this kind of society that we live in. Back in the UK, if I remember the story correctly, 1 in 3 vapes are dangerously discarded. 30% of vape products in the UK are just binned, flat outright binned. And no, you're not getting a penny for me to talk anymore about this article because I already talked about 3 other articles that said the same fucking thing. Yours is the only one that actually gave me an actual percentage figure. So thanks for that. 30% of regular vape users are correctly disposing of their vapes. 70% of them aren't because they really have no clue how to do that. Alex, you speak without using such foul language? Yes, I can. I'm sorry, Archimedes. I will try to restrain myself. It is the way that I deal with the fact that, public health is the antithesis of what public health needs. And our government regulators that are elected into office for the purposes of, making our lives better and situation better as a whole, hardly ever accomplish what they campaigned on doing. If the public wants, we'll allow vapes and reduce cigarette duty. What? There's a place on this planet that is actually letting the public decide? Fayez pledged to repeal the media regulation bill on the very first day of the MDP government and said other changes would be decided after consulting the public, including rolling back the vape ban and lowering cigarette duties. What? Somebody realized that no matter how high the cigarette tax is, it doesn't actually get people to quit smoking. In fact, for a good percentage of the population, it forces them to choose to eat 3 meals a day or smoke and eat 1 meal a day. So we're just going to give up on this farce of an idea that we can actually control what people do? We are actually going to let them choose to pay a fair share of taxes and no more? We're not going to try and brainwash them by raping their pocketbook of the funds that they worked hard to earn and let them choose their spending habits how they want to, freely. What a radical idea! Vaping and its trade were banned in the Maldives on December 15th of last year under the amendment to the Tobacco Control Act. The law also introduced penalties of $50,000 Maldive currencies for importing vape products and $10,000 for each electronic device brought into the country. In addition, duty on cigarettes was raised 8 Maldive ringgits last November. How is this fair and equitable taxation? It certainly doesn't follow the science on the safety and the health of these products. So, who on God's green earth come up with this tax figure? Utterly preposterous. Hopefully, our government will once again come to power and improve everything President Muzu is doing. He said, Fayez pledged to repeal the media regulation bill on the very first day of the MDP government and said other changes would be decided after consulting the public, including rolling back the vape ban and lowering cigarette duty. He said President Muzi went forward with the vape ban due to growing concerns over its use among school children. 7 of the 11 countries in that region currently prohibit vaping. And this, if this goes through, would be revolutionary, shocking, and the next target for Bloomberg propaganda funding next year. Not a doubt in my mind. Meanwhile, President Trump still hasn't saved flavor vaping here in the United States, despite promising to do so, and despite patting himself on the back once again for saving flavored vaping back in 2019, because, it helped people quit smoking and raise the age to 21, because that's what it took to keep things away from kids. It's not like any 21-year-old is ever going to hand a vape to somebody that's her younger sister's friend. So it didn't really keep it away from the kids, did it? But it did make me send my son, who was active duty in the military in Afghanistan but just 18 years of age, a vape care package so that he wouldn't smoke cigarettes while in Afghanistan. Ooh. That's why I swear so much. I get so frustrated with all of this stuff. I am constantly exposed to all this news, and I choose to do it, but who else is doing it out there? Patrick does a show on Friday nights that he talks about some of this stuff, but there's literally so much misinformation out there. There needs to be hundreds of us out there doing this, talking about it. There should be at least 10 of us in every single country, in every single language talking about this and how wrong it is. Because your silence only lets them do this faster and harder, removing our access away from the products that keep us from not smoking. That's simple. No other way to put it. Well, my mate still isn't here, so I'm going to continue and proceed as always. We are 2.5 hours into the show, so it's time for a flavor explosion. Your entertainment today. I don't know if you guys know, but this is an anniversary for MASH. and I already drank the grape knee-high. So today I'm going to finally crack open this peach knee-high that I'm sure Radar O'Reilly would be proud of. Right there. This is 190 calories per bottle. Cheers. Ooh, that's pretty good. It is definitely not like a peach juice or... Wow. That flavor and that peach is interesting. That actually tastes like I bit into a fresh Georgia peach with the red fuzz on the outside of it. Fully ripened peach. But it's clearly a soda. Sickeningly sweet. Wow. I'm impressed. That is actually really good. I wish I would have got more of those. I got a couple of the grape ones because that was what Radar drank all the time, and I've never seen it before. My wife and I were at a candy store inside of Cleveland, and it was supposed to be like the world's biggest candy store. I mean, it was big, don't get me wrong, but I can't say that was the world's biggest. Not when you like compare it to the likes of like Hershey, going out to Hershey, Pennsylvania, in the stores that they have around the Hershey amusement park. Those Hershey stores are bigger than the store that I visited in Cleveland. They claim to be the biggest candy store. But it was cool to see, you know, stuff like this that you can't find anywhere else. At least I've never seen it anywhere else. So let's get back to my wife and I this weekend. One of the reasons why I didn't get the video uploaded on the timeline that I originally presented to you guys last week was my wife was supposed to be off 3 days this weekend. And I didn't realize it because I'm looking forward to when she's going to be off for our anniversary, and that's next week after, beginning of October. 5th and 6th and 7th, we're going out to Cleveland. So we're spending our anniversary. But she did have the opportunity to get us tickets to Adam Sandler when he was coming to Pittsburgh. So we had a great time going out there for that. Got some pictures here to show off for our lovely jaunt out. Is awesome. There we are before we headed out for the evening. There he was, You're My Best Friend. And man, if you've ever watched any of the Adam Sandler movies, you definitely can identify his persona. And I am really impressed with how that boy can sing. I mean, he's not, you know, any like professional musician or anything, but his whole shenanigans and his whole comedy bits about, you know, having the childhood juvenile ideas that we had when we were teenagers and we all gave up because, you know, we became adults with responsibilities and jobs and families. You know, he still carries that on, and that whole shenanigans of youth carries that forward. So it's a very entertaining evening. And, you know, he's the kind of person where he just like sings a song like he's just making it up. Like he's done it a couple times in his movies. You know, when he's serenading somebody and just making it up on the fly. So he did plenty of those skits on there. We had a grand old time. And we were clear up in the clouds. But the nice thing was we were legit the first seats on the top. So it's like you didn't have to climb down the, you know, the avalanche potential stairwell for the second story there. But it was still awesome because they had these big, massive TV screens. So you could clearly see what was going on. Matter of fact, I even took my camera and zoomed in. And that's not the one I took. These are ones that he actually uploaded. But it was a great old time. He's traveling over the course of the country. And, you know, if you like Adam Sandler, you know, take a look. See if he's coming to your town. Maybe you can catch him too. It was well worth a nice evening out with the wife, and did a great job. Full PPG Arena here in Pittsburgh was completely full. There wasn't a seat available in the entire building. Completely sold out. Like 15,000 of us were there that night. It's amazing. Don't like what they did with the parking around there. First National Bank built a brand new skyscraper right in the corner of where the parking lot used to be. They built a parking garage, which neatly only fills their employees. It's not available to the public. It was a great show. There's a little command and control center where they had everything. And they legit had 2 camera operators clear back here. Man, you can tell those things are expensive. Those cameras got to be well over $100,000 each. For them to be clear back here and zoom in to see those same pictures that we saw there. Because those were what was displayed on the side monitors. And then obviously you had a wide view for here. It was an amazing show. Went and saw Alton Brown a couple months back, and he did an amazing show, but he was in the Benedum, so it was a much cozier audience. You know, where they typically have opera and ballet and stuff like that. It was cool. Nice going down there for something that wasn't a hockey game. We've done that a couple times. Last time she spent buku bucks. It was like $400 a seat it cost us, but we were down by the actual plexiglass. It was like forefront. That was the closest I ever gotten down there. I've gone to see plenty of hockey games where I was on the second story looking down. And it's still pretty cool, especially for hockey, because you get to see the whole thing. Sometimes I think it's actually better seating than down front, because when you're down in front and, you know, they go off to the one side or the other side, especially if you're in the middle, you can't see as good as you can when you're up top, because anything that you can't see, you can always look on the Jumbotron and there's a camera on what's actually happening. But that was a great time. That was Saturday night we went and did that. Friday, she was supposed to work all day, but ended up coming home early. So anytime my wife's home, the studio gets shut down and I go down and spend some time with her. And, you know, that's what we spent the weekend doing. And then Sunday was our day to just chill out and relax. She was off the whole day, so we spent the whole day downstairs catching up on movies and TV series that we've been watching. It was nice. Had a good old time. But I did get the reviews posted. This is the one. This has really shocked me. I honestly thought that this was going to end up being like the Tauren Vortex. This one has legit been sitting on my desk here for, I dare say, almost 2 months now. And that's what I keep referring to. I think Kenny's here. That's what I keep referring to. There you are.
Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late. Again.
No worries.
I'm making a habit of this. I'm making a bloody habit of this, aren't I?
That's all right. So this Tauren Vortex is the one I keep referring to in all my videos. It's something that I brought up. I was really excited when I opened it up, and then I set it down. I used it on the vlog right after I opened it, and I really haven't touched it since. It was nice when I got it. I was excited to have a 30 millimeter dripper, but nothing about it really stands out. Unlike this one, the Dead Rabbit 4. Holy cow. The flavor is phenomenal. Anytime I'm in my studio, this is something I'm always playing with. I always pick up. The flavor on this is just like perfect. Like, this reminds me of what it's like to vape on a stock coil sub-ohm tank.
I've got no chat in me OBS. Why?
Should work.
Why?
Well, if yours is going to be empty until people start chatting again.
Oh, sorry, yeah. But I'm thinking, is everything
because you just turned it on.
Oh,
it's not going to load the old messages.
Got you. I'm with you.
If you join in later.
My bad. Oh, so what have I missed? God damn it.
Well, I've been ranting and raving as usual, talking about the news. And My not adult beverage today is peach knee high in honor of Radar O'Reilly and I think it's like the 60th anniversary of MASH.
I've got some news for you. I don't know if you might have mentioned it or touched it on it, but it was on breakfast telly. Was it? I think was it 2 days ago that they want to do the same branding with vape products as they've done with the cigarette. Blank branding.
Yep, we did that. Plain packaging.
Yeah. And you're thinking, like, really?
Yeah, and I was cussing up a storm before that, but that really got me fired up. And somebody chimed in and said, could you please not be so vulgar all the time? So I'm like, okay, I can do that.
The guy, we're passionate. We're passionate about the hobby, and we hear people pissing her off. That's what's wrong with that, you know? Passion, isn't it? Passion.
I'll have to be honest. This show is so cathartic for me, week after week after week. I get fired up doing the research for it, but it is so satisfying to let all that pent-up aggression and anger and frustration out, reporting the news week after week. Because it's like, I can't change what's going on, but I can certainly call out the lies when I see them.
I've got some good news and bad news. Good news is, little dripper has arrived.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Bad news. The bad news is, I think they're clones.
Oh, that's okay.
That's how they arrived.
That's okay. They look the same, and they have all the parts, right?
And then you've got a bag of spares, you've got O-rings, you've got the squonk pin, and I've got the device itself, but it's got the clear top on. You know, just leaving the bags, I don't want to fuck it up. You know, it's got the clear cap on it, so you can see inside. That's kind of what I ordered. It's the original Wasp Nano, but it looks like they're a clone.
Looks like they're clone.
But what the hell?
Dion78, hello and welcome.
It was AliExpress after all. I mean, what can I say?
That's all right.
And they were for next to now, so it did just something to piss about with, I suppose. I've never tried.
It was next to nothing for you to purchase it, number one. And number two, let's be real. How likely is it for you to still be able to find some of these old retro vapes?
In a box, an original box, yeah. I get where you come from.
I mean, short of walking into an actual vape shop and they have it on their clearance, rack or whatever. Yeah. That's one of the wonderful things I love about, making a trip to Cleveland. I go to Brick City Vapors. They have a whole wall of stuff. And every year I walk in and I'm like, looking for something new that's old. It's new to me, but it's old. Because they purchased stuff over the years that they've been in operation. And some of the stuff just never sold.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I used to say, like, when somebody early did reviewing, I said, like, when something new and shiny comes out, don't jump on it straight away and pay ridiculous money. Wait for the hype to die down. Wait for it to disappear. Wait for it to release something new and then buy it. And you get it half the price they were originally selling for. You still get one eventually, you know what I mean? But it's just, I want it now, you know what I mean? You don't need it straight away. Like you said,
there are a few things that I would jump on right away. Simply because, realistically, you don't know what the future holds and what the potential is, especially here in the States. So, this Blaze Solo 2 that just came out, that's one I would definitely jump on. This Dead Rabbit 4 has converted me to loving drippers. I could never, see myself as a regular dripper. But this converted me. It legit does not, wither away to nothing on my desk. Like so many others before it.
How does it squonk? Have you tried squonking it?
That's the only thing I didn't do with it. but I have no reason to doubt that it's going to not work perfectly. I even showed up in the camera a close-up of where the pinholes are and how the deck is there and how when you squonk, it's just going to fill the well up. I have no reason to think that it's not going to work flawlessly. The airflow is the most important thing on this one, is that when it's a dual coil.
Yeah. But just if you're not keen on dripping, you can squonk it, you know what I mean? It saves you popping around, doesn't it? Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, with dual coils, you asked me last week, I'm like, I love the single coil so much I didn't put the dual in. So I finally broke down this week and put the dual coils in. I'm like, it's just as good as it is with a single coil, except it makes twice as much vapor and you got to juice it twice as much.
Yeah, that's probably, you're probably wiser squonking on a dual and maybe dripping on a single. But as long as you're happy with it, sir, it looks good.
I have a suspicion. I think it actually is more flavorful as a single with that insert in there than it is as a dual. Because with a single coil, you're blasting both sides of the coil with high velocity airflow. Whereas when you have dual coils in there, you're only blasting the one side and the underneath of the coil with high velocity airflow. And then between the coils is low velocity airflow.
I get you. I know where you're coming from. Yeah. That's probably why people like single coils for flavor.
There's not a whole lot of difference other than the volume of vapor that it makes. But I think I enjoy it better as a single coil than I do as a dual.
Nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that at all. Delta.
Yeah.
Happy days.
And then obviously I've still got the Blaze Solo too. Well, I keep cleaning it, reusing it. This is not my routine all day vape.
Oh, what? I'm not too loud, am I? Because the kids have been on here and that's turned way up. Whoa. How's that? I normally have it about halfway. How's that?
Well, you know what? Ninja's automatically going to adjust the volume, so I'm not hearing any difference between what it was originally and what it is now.
It's just they had it cranked up again, that's all. I thought, must be, just make sure I'm not blasting you out.
And then, for the years that we've been doing this, we're coming on 5 years now. I've got compressors built into OBS too. So even if Ninja's got it running hot, it still bumps it down.
5 years? Bullshit. It's not 5 years.
We're on 438 now.
5 fucking years? Where the hell did that gone? Jesus. Wow.
Technically, season 5 is going to be come January, first episode or whatever, but
5 years. Wow. That's gone nowhere. That's gone fucking nowhere, mate.
The 27th will be 6 years for me to be smoke-free.
Wow. 6 years. Very well done, sir. Awesome. Oh, God, what am I now? I'm about 12 or not? 12, yeah. 11 or 12 years.
Where is it? There. Guess what I got?
Oh, yeah, Steam Crave.
Steam Crave. 10-year anniversary. They reached out and they're like, hey, would you like to review our thing? Yeah, sure. It's like, make sure you put it on the Steam Crave mod. I'm like, okay, I'll put it on the Titan mod, no problem. So they sent me their latest, the Aroma Ambassador Plus V4 RDTA.
Can I just interrupt you here? Just quickly.
Yeah.
I need you to press the happy birthday button because we're now about to sing happy birthday to my daughter who's celebrating 21 years old today. Are you ready?
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. More louder. Happy birthday.
Mallory?
To you.
Is that her name?
Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!
Hip hip hooray! What's her name?
There's the Abby.
Abby.
Ooh, I've got my munchies for the night.
What are you doing?
There you go. There's the firework. There you go. Nah, I'm sorry I did that, but I wanted to do it because Abby's going out. So He said, get in here and we'll do it. And we'll get the happy birthday on this year. Here we go. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Abby.
Thank you. Woo! Party time. That's what she's off. She's off out for a few, celebratory, you know what.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I feel so old. 21, Jesus. 5 years on here, 21-year-old daughter. I'm getting very, very old.
Bloody fantastic, mate. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, man. Just like I said, she's been to work all day. I've been to work all day. So I think before you go out, just bring it in here and we'll sing happy birthday. Live on air. There you go.
That's awesome.
Happy days, eh?
Very nice. Very nice. All right, matey, what kind of hand checks you got? What are you vaping on?
Literally that. I've literally just come in. I've got not. You know what it is? I've got nothing prepared. Oh, hang on. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. Oh, I have. What's that? That is the. Was that the fucking? That's the old Blaze, isn't it? That's the original. That's the old Blaze. That one, isn't it? That's a Blaze.
That's the Blaze Max.
And that's on the Kiss by Smock. That's what I had last week out. I've still got this guy. I mean, I still take this out. This is the Blaze again. These Blazes are getting. We should get sponsored off Mike Vapes. You know that with all these Blazes. That's the Blaze. I'd tell that on the Hadron 220. I'm still chuffing on that, and I've had this one for work. This one's a Pixel 8000. And then this I've got, it is a blueberry and raspberry. I don't know if you can say that, but yeah, that's pretty much. I've never gotten out ready for the show because, like I say, I'm rushing in from work. I should get something prepared the night before, and I've still got that. Hang on. The mouth along that one on me SX. MQ class. It's the Dead Rabbit one, the Dead Rabbit multi-lung. That's the one. Yeah, that's I've been using that as well. Yeah, that's pretty much me at the minute, mate.
Awesome.
I haven't got much of a buffet, I'm afraid. I'm terrible for it, man.
I got one more to download.
In this one here,
the Discord.
You can replace that. That's replaceable. It's a tank, comes out, you can get the new ones and drop them in like so. So they're replaceable. Okay, Storm and go and fuck himself as far as disposables are concerned, because this is not a disposable as defined by the government.
Yeah, we made fun of that earlier today, too, about the fact that they didn't really accomplish any of their goals because the exact same devices are available with USB-C chargers, and they're still technically disposable because you can't technically refill the fluid in them, but you can recharge the battery.
Again, I think I watched Vic's What's Up, and the actual ban itself doesn't come into place till the 1st of January. That's the leeway for them to get rid of that stock. They can still sell them, but they can't import them. So they can still sell them till January the 1st, and after that, gone. Because just to get rid of that stock, because obviously, before the ban came in, a lot of them, like, your corner shops and your Tesco's and your Sainsbury's all ordered. They had shitloads sitting there in their warehouse. So I think that's give them time to get rid of that stock.
Well, at least they got that much.
Wait about a month before, wait till December when the stocks run out, they'll be giving them away. You have to give, buy 10 for £1. I'll have that.
That happened so many times here in the States.
Yes.
Things went clearance. There was fire sales during the vape mail ban right before it. There were fire sales after the vape mail ban went into effect because people still didn't clear off their shelves. And they didn't sell them like they were the actual product. They were giveaways with other purchases.
Buy one, get one free, all that kind of
mystery
shit.
gift. The stores advertise them as mystery gifts. So if you bought like a pod mod system or whatever, then, you know, they would send you a pod mod system. It was a gift.
As a gift. The only other news I've got was, it's a bit of bad news actually. My mum had a bit of an accident. She was out shopping, and you know how we've got them escalators, you know, the metal steps that she fell all the way down one of them.
Oh my goodness.
She fell all the way down. She tripped over a little shopping trolley, went all the way down. She's now in hospital. Now, it is a bit of a list. She's got a broken wrist and broken arm. She's got 7 ribs broke. She has got a broken vertebrae in her lower back. She had that big laceration on her face. She did have a suspected broken neck. They've kept her still for 24 hours, all that. They've done the MRI scans, and they had to send the scans up to a specialist spine unit. And thankfully, that's come back. She hasn't broke her neck, because obviously, God knows what would have happened if that had happened. So, yeah, she's had a bit of a tumble. But it's humorous, you know. I rang her up and I spoke to her today and I said, Mother, I said, I know my father's hard to live with, but seriously?
Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome. Takagawa, hello and welcome.
So, yeah, I was up at the hospital last night, about 1 o'clock in the morning, I think it was, by the time I got home. So then I was up at 4:30 to go to work. So it's been one of them days. So, yeah. Been mad. It's been a mad couple of days now. Ooh.
Those are the coils.
Yeah, man.
That's the company that makes them. You can pick them up on Amazon.
Yeah, nice as well. He sent me a pack of them, guys. They are quite nice little coils. They last forever.
MnC.
Yeah. I think I've only used one set up to now out of that box. The last for ages.
No, we're just getting ready to roll the hand checks right now.
Let's go then. Should we do it?
Yes, sir. Buta Squad loves his all-in-ones.
Little box one and all. Very nice, sir.
I personally love the blanket he's got in the background there.
Call 911.
Because I got the same blanket I bought from my sons when they were little.
You would like something like that. I mean, you know.
I was a volunteer firefighter the whole time since I moved here. That was the first thing I did.
See, look at your
Darren D. Darren D's lovely shit up.
Oh, he's got to get back.
I'm starting to hear myself. Do you have something looped back to me?
God, to hear you said there's nothing changed, I don't think.
I don't know. It's every once in a while, and it's just short of. I don't know. Anyway, here's Darren D's lovely setup. He's got a beautiful geek bar. And there's a nice single battery mod. That's a Dove Poe.
That's nice.
And what's the tank on there?
Okay.
Bottom airflow, honeycomb airflow.
Is that not just like a cup ring ruined it? You know what I mean? Like some of the stuff would break.
Yeah, it's just a silicone protective ring. Those are sold on Amazon too. Buy like an 8-pack of them or something for like $12. And then I personally like all the electronics he's got in the background.
Yeah, he's busy,
Cool.
busy chap.
This is also his topside dual with his Starbucks coffee.
Very nice.
Hungry Hippo cleaning his stuff out again.
Oh my God, he's always cleaning. Always.
Vapor's Cloud Osiris.
That's on. That's
Got a couple of those.
I'm going to B3.
Hill Vape. Thundercloud. Digiflavor Drop. Dead Rabbit 3. See, I heard myself there. Cloud Chucker Load, welcome.
Hello, Cloud Checker. Just checking to see if Windows has made me fucking earpiece default.
Oh, the latest Windows update has screwed up the digital rights management. The TV in front of me is like a strobe light every once in a while. It's like, why?
Yeah, that's all okay. That hasn't fucked that up for once.
So we saw all the stuff that he was cleaning out. Here's the stuff he's actively using right now.
Oh, he's got a G-Class, a Rizzo G-Class there. Oh, I'm surprised it's still
with
going.
the Yeezy board.
Yeah, I've had 3 of them. The screen went on them, all 3 of them.
That's a bummer, because those were not cheap.
And the first one was brand new. It was 200 quid at the time, which I bought. Screen went on that. And I bought a second-hand one for 100 quid. Screen went on that. Then I bought another one second-hand for 90 quid. And the screen went on that. You know, you bunch of cunts. But, I mean, you can probably get another screen and put it in, but I couldn't be fucked on with it, you know what I mean? Probably at the top, man, all the e-liquid getting in them.
Yeah, that's exactly what it ruins them all.
Yeah.
That's why even in my video, I'm like, I know I over squonked it when I was sitting it up on the build stand. So I'm like, make sure you clean your tools. Take care of your tools. Wipe it down. Don't just brush it off to the side and then let that VG get soaked into your 510 pin. R4 UK3N. Don't know what his YouTube handle is.
TRML. What's that? Trimmer mod? Trimmer?
Yeah. I like it. Something
nice,
different. Simple. Very sleek and simple.
Very simple. Sleek and simple. Very nice. Sometimes simplicity just works, doesn't it?
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with it. Six Pack Kid. He's got some glorious all-in-ones. Real fancy.
We just sat there and went sleek and simple, and then that come on. Wow.
I was just as impressed with this one as I am with these.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because, see, I appreciate the fact that everybody is a little different on what is their ideal setup.
Without a doubt, yeah.
Drives me crazy sometimes. Everybody's like, well, which is your perfect vape? I'm like, you want to know what my perfect vape is, or you want to know what my perfect vape is because you think it might be yours, too?
Exactly.
Everybody's a little different. Do you want mouse to lung? You want restricted direct lung? You want direct lung? Do you want lots of vapor? Are you a flavor chaser? I mean, what is your ideal requirement? Yeah. And then I could answer your question.
Yeah. No, you bastard, that was that's copy that one. My eel's on the floor. Oh.
Is that a tankard full of ale? Nope. We're both alcohol free today. Peach knee high.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Coffee.
I've got some 1664 as well. I grabbed them out the fridge on the way in.
My wife's been chasing me to try and finish off the mojito. It's been sitting in our refrigerator since we did it on the show.
Oh.
I'm like, okay. That's a hangover I need to plan for.
Yeah. Actually doing nothing the next day. Ooh.
This is what Takagawa was like. Hey, man, did you get to the hand check yet? Where's my hand check? I want to see my hand check. Well, there it is. He got some vape mail in.
Ooh,
J&J popcorn flavored e-liquid. Full with all that yummy diacetyl. Still less than there is in a cigarette. Next Slim from Oxva. Double flavor, double lifespan.
Very
I
nice.
wonder if that's a DNA one that they did.
He's got the Centaurus underneath the M200 Centaurus. Very nice,
Yep.
son.
Very, very nice.
Very nice. Oh, I like that.
Hey, bastards, like, no Irish coffee? Oh, I could do that. Or even just throw some Baileys in it. I should do that next time.
Oh, Bailey's, yes. I love that stuff.
Look at that. Takagawa's got a Centaurus right there.
Oh, that's nice. He's got a nice pattern on that one. Lovely.
I love the nautical theme.
There's a lot of vapes doing that kind of thing now, on the decorating that the mods. Really nice.
Very, very nice. William Dobson.
Mr. Dobson, as always, the big
you could
powerhouse.
call that out. You knew that was going to be a beautiful powerhouse there.
Yeah.
They'll put Odin.
It's always his. He always puts the powerhouses up, doesn't he?
Gorgeous. Well, sir, it's time for the dad jokes.
Ooh.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery. Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds. And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
When a restaurant asks me, how spicy? I want a scale that's realistic. Not this mild, medium, or hot stuff. More like, clear your sinuses, question life choices, and this is really going to hurt on the way out.
Oh, shit. It certainly is.
Well, we know somebody that really likes hot stuff, don't we? Teacher says, Johnny, can you use the word gruesome in a sentence? Yes, ma'am. I used to be shorter, then I grew some.
I've heard a different version of that as well.
Means, Johnny.
I heard one on the lines where somebody said, are you going to man up? When he went, well, I had a pair of balls and grew some or something. It was like gruesome balls or something
it was
like
the
that.
Same
it was
thing.
Funny. Yeah.
A cowboy who just moved to Wyoming from Oklahoma walks into a bar and orders 3 mugs of Bud. He heads to the back, sipping one in turn, sipping each one in turn. When he finishes, he returns to the bar and orders 3 more. The bartender says, you know, a mug goes flat after a while. It tastes better if you just ordered one at a time. The cowboy replies, well, I've got 2 brothers. One lives in Idaho and the other in Nebraska. When we all left our hometown in Oklahoma, we promised to always drink this way to remember the good old days. 1 beer for each of us. The bartender nods, touched by the story, and lets it be. The cowboy becomes a regular. Every time it's 3 mugs, same routine. One day he comes in and only orders 2 mugs. The whole bar falls silent. When he returns for his next round, the bartender gently says, I'm sorry for your loss. You and your brothers have a special bond. The cowboy looks confused for a second, and then he bursts out laughing. Oh, no, everything's fine. It's just that my wife and I joined the Baptist church, so I had to quit drinking, but it hasn't affected my brothers at all.
Oh, fucking. Get out of here. Get the hell out.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex the Flavor Apprentice has new flavors out: a new tangerine, pineapple, orange, and mango, plus more. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
I'll have to place an order for that stuff. Kenny, you missed out. The exploder went back into the garage this morning, right?
Oh, no.
We're still having the problems. They said to take a look at it. So we dropped it off first thing this morning. I get a phone call amidst of setting up the stream for today. Can you come down to the garage? We want to show you something. Oh, this can't be good. It's either going to be really stupid or really expensive. So we go down there. Take a look at it. It's up on the lift. He's like, look, see, it's dripping right there. I'm like, yeah, between the transmission and the flywheel. It's probably coming from over the top. He's like, we want to pull the motor to find out where it's leaking from.
What?
Why?
Shit.
I've never had the motor out to know for 100% certainty, but I'm 99.9% sure that there's no freeze plug behind the flywheel. So my assumption is it's leaking from the reservoir. I'm like, look, this is where the crossover tube comes in. So it's either leaking from this side or it's leaking from the other side. Because the other side, the lower intake manifold, has a coolant tube that connects to the knuckle that has a thermostat and all the hoses connected to it. So on the other side of the motor, right where that flywheel is, that's where that whole center valley drains. And he's like, yeah, but the valley's dry on this end. We need to at least pull the top of the, intakes and stuff off. I'm like, okay. It'll take you less than an hour. When I tore it apart last time, to put that new crossover tube in and that new antifreeze knuckle took me an hour.
Yeah.
A little over an hour to tear it out and put the new stuff in. All the gaskets are new. Everything's been torn apart already twice. This is like the 3rd time I tore it apart. You'll be like the 4th time tearing it apart. I mean, with an electric ratchet, you have the whole thing pulled down in like 15 minutes. The hardest part is the one bolt that's clear in the back for the first air plenum. Once you get that nut out, it's just like 20 minutes max. And then you'll see where it's leaking. But you won't see it because that lower intake covers the whole bloody thing, the whole valley. I even got to the point where I shot a one of those expandable camera probes. It's flexible in there to see where it was leaking from, but I didn't have a pressurizer. I couldn't pressurize the system to see it leak.
Yeah.
I said, everything's new except for that lower intake. It could be the O-rings on that lower intake can't make a good seal because when I pulled it apart, there was some rust on the surface where it was mated at. But when I got the new O-rings, I laid them down there and the rust was inside the perimeter of where that O-ring should have sat. So I didn't have to get it out and buff it out perfectly smooth or nothing. He's like, well, we're thinking it might be a freeze plug or something. I'm like, then why can she drive it for 2 days and it doesn't leak? And then the next 2 days it will leak. And it only leaks enough to mostly empty the expansion tank.
Yeah.
If it was a freeze plug, it would constantly drain. Right?
You would think so.
But he got it to leak with only 8 pounds of pressure. The system designed for 16.
Wow.
That tells me it's an O-ring or it's a crack in the lower intake manifold. I'm this tempted to talk my wife into letting me order that intake manifold. It's $150 and just swap it out this weekend. Well, it's got to be cheaper than them pulling the motor to try and see where it's leaking from behind the flywheel. To my knowledge, there is nothing behind that flywheel other than engine block.
That's what I'm saying.
The head has freeze plugs in it, but if it was the front head that's leaking, it would drip down the front of the transmission. If it was the back head freeze plug that was leaking, it would drip down the back of the transmission. This is coming straight down the flywheel where that gully drains to.
Right, but it's obviously draining. It's probably running over that thing because where your flywheel is and your gearbox, I mean, the only thing that's connected that's got any liquid is your crankshaft oil seals. So if anything, if there was a leak,
yeah, but there's no coolant leak there.
That's what I'm saying.
Your crankshaft's not cooled. It's oil pressure.
I can't understand.
Oil seal.
I can't understand where they're coming from with that one. Like, weird.
He's like, well, it needs to pull the plenum off. I'm like, that's a 5-minute job. Zip, zip, zip. Why are you calling us? He's like, well, the guy that normally does this kind of work is off. He's not going to be back until next Wednesday. You can come back next Wednesday and I can have him look into it. I'm like, okay. My wife's like, not knowing whether she needs to cry or not cry. When she heard pull the motor, she was like, we're talking thousands of dollars. And we don't even know what the problem is yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We all agreed it's not the water pump. That's on the other side of the motor.
Yeah, not to the front.
So me knowing the anatomy of the motor, because that was the first thing I did once I got home, was I Googled Ford Cyclone 3.5 liter motor. And I watched somebody that legit pulled it out because their motor blew up and they didn't want to drop the whole motor transmission, the subframe thing. They actually took pictures of them pulling the motor out through the top. They took the hood off and they used a cherry picker and pulled it out the top. It was enough room to actually do it. So I got to see the other side of the motor. There's legit nothing there. The only place it can leak from is that new crossover pipe, that new knuckle, and the lower intake where it bolts to the heads. And last time I had it tore apart, I've never seen any leaking from where the head gasket attaches the head to the block.
Yeah.
So the only thing I can come up with, like I said, is that lower intake manifold. And I'm at the point now where I'm just like, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Bit of a small crack that you can't see with the naked eye, or it's underneath and you can't see it anyway.
And it doesn't leak unless it's pressurized.
Yeah. Makes sense because when it cracks, it's pressurized, it'll expand, and obviously when it cools, it'll contract. So it could be, yeah.
And ironically enough, Dorman, who makes, constantly, frequently replaced parts, sells a lower intake manifold for this. It's $150 as opposed to the dealer wanting $500 for that composite plastic lower intake manifold.
Plastic. Ugh.
Yeah. And the one thing that Dorman changed in the design of this is where the antifreeze coolant tube is. That whole thing is a solid billet of aluminum that they cast and then encased it in the composite for the rest of the intake manifold.
Yeah.
Whereas Ford, they legit just made the rim where it attaches the O-ring be a metal block chunk. and the surface that connects to that antifreeze knuckle where your thermostat is housing is a solid piece of metal circle, but the rest of it is just composite plastic. Whereas Dorman's like, this is a problem. If this cracks, this is under pressure all the time, and it's plastic, and it heats and contracts and cools and expands. This needs to be all metal.
Mm-hmm. Like you say, aluminium's a good heat dispersant as well. It'll help get rid of the heat. You know what I mean? Might be worth looking at,
I'm
man.
like, short of the head gasket being blown, and it's just a crack that under pressure it would leak. The only thing it could be is its lower intake manifold. That's the only thing left that I haven't changed.
It'll be worth looking into, like.
Especially because as many times have I torn this thing apart, I can have the thing back on the road in 2 hours.
I'm saying. Now the garage is like, oh, it took half an hour to get that out. The bolt was seized. Back off.
None of those bolts are seized. I can assure you that. Every single one of those bolts was torqued to 89 inch-pounds. I can assure you that. And any cordless electronic nut driver would easily zip that whole frickin' thing apart in less than 5 minutes.
Exactly.
There's one bolt that you got to get to that you got to use a 12-inch extension to zip out. But even that could be zipped out with a gun.
Yeah, pretty much.
You just got to put your hand in the back so that when you zip it out, it falls in your hand. You don't lose it.
Yeah. Just the stuff, this garage is now, they've got all the gear anyway, haven't they? So there should be a tunnel for them. You can date in a couple hours at home. They should be able to date half the time, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be going pulling motors like.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
No.
A Mexican magician says he will disappear on the count of 3. He says, 1, 2, poof. He disappears without a trace.
A trace. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now. Get it.
Biologists have crossed a watermelon with a cauliflower. People who eat the new variety get a sense of sadness, known as melancholy.
Oh, fucking hell.
That's a cheesy dad joke for sure.
That is a cheesy dad joke. That is a classic.
See, Neil Pitts is the same thing. He's like, that intake manifold's got to have a crack in it.
Mm-hmm.
No, the engine purrs like a baby, like it's still brand new. To my knowledge, it's never gotten hot enough to warp anything. Hey, bastards, like, you should stop using your wife's car to cool your graphics card. After landing my new job as a Walmart greeter, a great gig for many retirees, I lasted less than a day. About 2 hours into my first shift, a loud, mean-looking woman stormed in with 2 kids, yelling obscenities at them the whole way. As I'd been trained, I smiled and said cheerfully, "Good morning and welcome to Walmart. Nice children you have there. Are they twins?" She snarled. "Hell no, they ain't twins. One's 9 and the other ones are 7. Are you blind or just stupid?" So I smiled and replied, "Neither, ma'am. I just couldn't believe somebody slept with you twice." And that's how I became formally employed by Walmart. Currently updating my resume. Anyone hiring greeters with sarcasm skills?
Can't believe someone slept with you twice. That's sarcasm at its finest.
Ain't nothing like what Sam Kinison would have said to the situation. Well, I've officially reached the age where my obituary won't be using the word untimely.
Nah, untimely. I'll say that in obituaries. Untimely death. What?
How did he live so long? No matter how old we get, if one of us falls, the other will be there. You know, to take a picture first and then laugh and then maybe get around to helping you up.
Yeah.
Male bees die after mating. That's basically their whole life. What do you know? Cheerio!
Oh, no. Where?
Make no mistake about it. We see the possibility for electronic nicotine delivery system products like e-cigarettes to provide a potentially less harmful alternative for currently addicted individual adult smokers who still want to get access to satisfying levels of nicotine without many of the harmful effects that come with combustion of tobacco. Quote from the FDA. That's funny. That's funny as all hell. FDA.
Oh, FDA. Yeah, the Fandango Army.
What a joke.
Jimmy.
You know, the longer I live, the more convinced that this planet is used by other planets as a lunatic asylum.
Good point. Send them to Earth.
Kermit the Frog got a good point there for sure.
Geez, sure.
4 worms were placed in 4 separate test tubes. The first one in beer, the second one in wine, the third one in whiskey, and the fourth one in mineral water. The next day, the teacher shows the results. The first worm in beer is dead. The second one in wine is dead. The third one in whiskey is dead. The fourth in mineral water, alive and healthy. Now the teacher asked the class, "What did we learn from this experience?" And the child responds, "Whoever drinks beer, wine, and whiskey does not have worms." Well, they got a point there.
Yeah. You don't want to catch worms? Drink beer, wine, and whiskey.
Problem solved.
Oh, no.
On the 12th day of Christmas, my Facebook gave to me 12 dudes I'm blocking, 11 friends just watching, 10 corny topics, 9 busted Barbies, 8 friends complaining, 7 stalkers stalking, 6 party invites, 5 drama queens, 4 game requests, 3 photo tags, 2 friends are poking, and a creep who won't stop inboxing me.
Inboxing me. That's cool, man. That's class.
That's your weekly reminder that Mariah Carey is still defrosting.
Yeah, he was gone.
Mariah Carey. What's the difference between swine flu and bird flu? One needs ointment and one needs tweetment.
All right.
Neither one of them need Tylenol.
Give me strength.
You know that thing you couldn't see that your foot touched while taking a dip in the lake? Got a picture for you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I ain't going in there no more.
Accidentally drank invisible ink. I am now in hospital waiting to be seen. What do you think of my selfie?
Invisible ink.
If only the bill could be as... Actors in black and white movies were often putting their lives in danger during driving scenes, as they weren't able to tell if the traffic light was red or green.
Oh.
That is 2025 logic for you.
Too right it is. On the button.
Just found out the company that produces yardsticks won't be making them any longer. They won't be making them any shorter either. Looking to sell my DeLorean. Good shape, low mileage. Only driven from time to time.
Oh my God, we're scraping the barrel of the day. Like, Jesus Christ, oh, we're nuts. Holy fuck.
In a cave system in Illinois, we gotta love Illinois, a collection of hundreds of stone tablets was allegedly found depicting Roman soldiers, Egyptian deities, and ships from the Mediterranean Bronze Age culture. A local Native American legend of the Kaskaskia tribe speaks of a time when pale-bearded men with metal skins sailed up the Mississippi and were buried in a great cave. The artifacts, known as Burroughs Cave Stones, have been universally declared as a hoax by mainstream archaeology. Yet the legend persists, a ghostly echo of a pre-Columbian transoceanic contact that official history refuses to contemplate as a potential first contact with America.
Weird, isn't it?
Meanwhile, everybody's lost their marbles because Trump said pregnant women shouldn't take Tylenol unless they absolutely need to have it because it might increase your chance of your child having autism.
Is that like paracetamol or somebody called it over here? Or fucking something like that.
Paracetamol is what you guys call it, yeah. Acetaminophen is what the generic name is here.
Yeah. Don't take paracetamol. Why? It's a painkiller. You can't.
Yeah, but for an infant, there's chemistry that is proven to reduce the ability for the infant to absorb niacin, an essential B vitamin.
Yeah, but it's probably tested and researched, man, and made safe by all these people that know it all.
There is, but there's no harm in not taking it if you're a pregnant woman.
Exactly.
If nothing more, you'll become an anecdote that somebody will do scientific study on in the future because it's not going to be chastised like vaping is.
Yeah, true enough.
This is what the Subway sees every time he's trying to make me a sandwich.
I can see you.
Steve Densley. Whoa. Sorry about the miserable post, but you know, it's kind of going in line with the rest of the dad jokes this week.
Okay. Oh my lordy do.
My son's Zoom class was raging on him for wearing pink. So I dyed my hair to show him boys can wear pink too. But now my whole bathroom is stained pink. It straight up looks like I slaughtered a juggle puff in my tub.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, but they are the people that say vaping is worse than smoking. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
Same people.
See, if he would have been intelligent, instead of raiding a vape distribution warehouse, he could have told everybody about the continuum of risk for tobacco products as the opening salvo to Big Pharma profits. And then he could have come back a week later and announced this whole Tylenol and autism announcement. In 2012, archaeologists in Venice uncovered the remains of a 16th century female vampire. She had a brick placed in her mouth so that she could not feed on victims of the plague. This discovery supported the medieval belief that vampires were the cause of the plague.
Definitely a belief. I don't think it's a fact.
That's wild, dude.
That's nuts.
See, that's a wonderful thing about science. Science considers any hypothesis as a valid hypothesis. In fact, most scientists welcome the most preposterous hypotheses so they can easily prove them wrong. But in today's world where science is funded by repeatedly giving the people funding the science what they want to hear, they always find harm if they're looking for harm, because they don't have to substantiate whether that percentage of material found could actually cause anything, even to somebody the size of a flea. They just need to show that it's harmful.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like somebody got lucky last night.
Fuck. Oh, praying mantis on his side, knackered.
Missing his head.
Mm-hmm.
Marine Corps aptitude test. Use the crayon provided and join the 2 dots. Your recruiter can help you. You have 1 hour to complete the task. Please do not eat the crayon.
What the fuck? Oh, that's a bit of an insult.
Jarheads. No one. Absolutely no one. Russians in South France. Young man rent a yacht and it sinks by excess of prostitutes on board.
What? That boat was definitely rocking. He fucking popping up.
I was checking out this goat, dog, pig, hybrid chupacabra looking animal thing for way too long. And then I realized
what the fuck? What the hell is that?
Well, now, isn't that interesting?
We're looking at it from the wrong angle here or something.
I don't know. Maybe it's a possessed demon.
It's a fucking evil looking bastard, isn't it?
At first, I was like, "Oh," but then I was like, "Yum."
Oh yeah, man. That looks nice. I'll be into that.
Is the orange one putting the boot into Johnson & Johnson for kicking up about him and JFK endorsing pouches? Well, last I checked, the orange man is giving the UN the finger today about the new green order.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Mama? How's it going? If I'm going to take health advice from a former heroin addict,
The answer to that is I don't know.
Sorry.
Or if Kay don't know. No. You can play him anytime you want.
Did that work?
You're home early. Hi, mate.
That actually worked.
Yep.
Well, that's just it.
You want to play it again?
Right. It better work this time. Not work this time, will it?
I don't know. I mean, the answer to that is I don't know.
Cool.
Very nice.
You know what I think of all? You know what I think of all these anti-vapors?
Hey, if I'm going to take health advice from a former heroin addict, I choose Keith Richards.
Still living and breathing, isn't he?
Odorless flowers? That's nonsense.
Oh, Jesus Christ almighty.
We go from BS to actual reality. In 1986, a mysterious time traveler revealed the possibility of transparent aluminum. 30 years later, it is a reality. It's bulletproof, blast-resistant ceramic that is as see-through as glass.
Thanks, Scotty.
Alon really is transparent aluminum. It's not a metal. It is truly a ceramic, and it is so cost prohibitive. But you can take exactly like they depicted in the movie, 3-inch thick bulletproof glass, right? Which is what it would take to stop an M50 caliber bullet. And you would only need a 1.5-inch thick piece of transparent aluminum to stop a 50 caliber round.
Really that tough as well? Wow.
It's that tough.
Jesus. Clever.
The family that sticks together should bathe more often.
Oh, God.
Damn, girl! You got the entire Holy Spirit in there, don't you?
Hell yeah.
Chris Hemsworth is basically Anakin Skywalker. He was trained by Qui-Gon. He worked for Mace Windu. And he dated Padme.
A boy, like it.
What's the difference between Iron Man and Aluminum Man? Iron Man stops the bad guys. Aluminum Man just foils their plans.
Okay. Holy
like
moly.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo!
Boo-bee-boo-bee-boo.
Legendary shirt pull. I need this so bad.
Prepare for
cock.
Something head. I thought it was head. Prepare for something head. Not cock.
Prepare your anus for cock.
Jesus.
I didn't know Uranus was a blue planet.
Yeah.
No Swift trucks allowed. Stop truckers, your GPS is wrong. Not a through road, dead end ahead. Swift, this means you. No outlet, local traffic only, dead end.
Oops. Well, you didn't take our notice.
Stupid is as stupid does.
Yeah.
I assimilated you, but I still don't understand you. What have you done? Now I can't understand others. A strange ship is approaching, but I can't hurt it. Too bad. You will be a
I love this guy, the Swedish chef. He was class. Brilliant.
He's the best chef in the whole world. I miss him so much. Kind of scary when the weatherman is the closest one to telling the truth on the news these days. And we know how often they're wrong about stuff.
Fucking too right, mate. Jesus. Too fucking right.
Only he could be comfortable on Legos.
That is so fucking true. Cats can sleep anywhere. Sleep on a bloody washing line, them things. Little buggers.
How? That's what I want to know. How?
Nothing worse than treading on Lego. Oh, I've done that many times when they were little. Little bastard. Lego everywhere.
I wondered why the baseball was getting bigger, and then it hit me. Literally.
Oh, literally. Oh.
The rest of the beans and beer are on the way. Risky choice of meal chili on a first date. Don't worry, they're going to have a blast.
Oh, shit. Literally. Oh, shit.
Her parents? What are your intentions with our daughter? Bury me cock in her.
Oh, God.
These ladies in the supermarket thought that I was crazy because I yelled at them. Thank you for being a friend.
Oh, gee. Oh, my Lord.
If a cow doesn't produce milk, is it a milk dud or an utter failure? Ask him for a friend.
What a failure.
On March 2020, water taps in Castelvetro near Modena, Italy, started pouring Lambrusco wine for hours. This was due to an overpressure incident in the nearby winery that connected to the main water system.
Oh, you lucky bastards. Oh, I ought to be right into that, like. Quick, another glass.
Tax authorities are still trying to collect on all the residents that consume the water from the faucet.
Want some wine on tap? Certainly can. Oh.
Hey, I don't care if there are only 7 of us who get this. It'd still be funny. Whip it. Whip it real good.
Whip it real good. Yep, we got that.
Ew, look at me. I'm a Bears fan.
Oh.
The Bears beat Dallas, though.
How did the
She still ain't right about it.
Get on? How did the Steelers get on? The Pittsburgh Steelers, how did they get on?
I ain't allowed to watch them. Anytime Dallas plays, she's got to watch Dallas.
Oh. We get them over here on Sky. This Sky's got all the NFL on over here, but I just don't understand it. I just can't get into it. I really can't.
Can you get into this, man? Trying to see what kind of deals you can get off of them?
Holy fuck. I wonder if that would actually happen if you had one of them shirts. People come up and start scanning you.
Interesting idea.
I mean, beep. What? 9-inch vibrator? Where?
Free shipping.
Free shipping.
I am dyslexic of Borg. Prepared to have your ass laminated.
Dyslexic.
Then saw Sith. This. I find your lack of faith disturbing, teacher.
Shit. I mean, Sith, this.
We used to teach kids how to respect their elders.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, that spouse abuse making you watch the Cowboys. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
It is.
Yeah, but I get to order flavors, so it's alright. I don't care. It's funny. Don't expect me to record anything on the day of a game. 3 times over, the neighbors can hear her cheering or you screaming at the TV.
Really? Oh, almighty.
Football eye chart. OMG. The Bears really suck. John Wick is the dark timeline where Ted went to military school.
God, look at him down then, man.
Not Jesus. So excellent adventure now, is it?
No. Rather dark. Oh. That's a yes.
Yes, please.
Oh, that's lush.
I bet she don't have an antifreeze leak.
Nope. Oh, hell no. That's beautiful. I like that. That's a thumbs up from me. Oh, and so is that. The Camaro. Oh, la la la. Carpon. Oh.
For those of you that are unfamiliar with this section, this is the part where I get Kenny to drool all over himself.
Pretty much. Look at that, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, is that the SS as well? Is that the Camaro SS? Oh, it is it? It's got to be.
Introducing the fuck everyone else's 3000 welding hood.
That's class. I love that. That's brilliant. I would actually do that.
You would too.
I would definitely do that.
When you're eating Taco Bell in the car and your stomach starts acting up, but you don't want to stop because you're only 5 minutes from home. I've got a problem here. I can hold it. Ah!
Nope. No, you can't.
Tom, not wrong. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the definition of luck.
What the fuck? Holy moly. That is luck. I still wouldn't be standing that close to take a picture of it, though. I'd be lucky with that. I wouldn't be hanging around to take a picture. Sorry.
Things that keep me awake at night, number 408. How do Amish girls know if it's a romantic candlelit dinner or just a regular night?
That is a conundrum.
Did you know in 1998 Sony accidentally sold 700,000 camcorders that could see through people's clothes?
No way.
And had to buy them all back to save their name.
I wouldn't have sold mine back to them. Hell no. Sorry, haven't got it anymore.
The cameras actually were retrofitted or fitted with an infrared lens so people could use infrared recording technology to go from a lit daylight scene into a completely dark room and still be able to see.
Yeah.
The problem is when you use that infrared technology during the daylight, you can see through people's clothes. Because the infrared light, in combination with what you see, highlights things you don't normally see because of the clothes.
Really? My camcorder's got infrared on it. I'm going to have a fucking go at that.
See, your camcorder has technology that turns the infrared sensor off during the daylight hours and on during the night hours. These cameras lack that technology. They just recorded everything raw and then presented you with a beautiful image.
There must be a
and
way
the
to trick
infrared
it,
camera, the infrared lights work 24/7. As soon as you turn it on, it was on.
Must be a way to trick them. Got to be a way to trick them. I've got to figure that one out.
Kenny's going to be shopping on eBay later today. Not for the John Bond pony. You give me love. Bad. Bad.
Oh, you've got to fucking hell. Oh, gee. Get the hell out of here,
I'm Colby. I think I'm kind of fond of you. I'm Jack, and I would look good together. So cheesy. You guys are so cheesy at the Craft Singles Bar.
God almighty.
An Australian cattle dog is four-legged adrenaline junkie with the determination of a Navy SEAL, the endurance of an ultramarathoner, and a work ethic that puts most humans to shame. Will herd anything that moves, including you, if you walk too slowly.
Fucking hell. Oh. Tasty.
If you're interested in watching a nice Australian movie, There's a movie called Red Dog. Go look it up. Worth a watch.
Red Dog.
We don't have enough fertilizer for the crops. Looks like we'll have to make do.
Oh, Lordy, do me. Oh, dear. The Muppets version of Alien. That's class. Oh, Mustang. My all-time favorite classic car.
I loved how the speedometer was just a swooping needle across the front.
Oh, they look so, just so. I could actually get a hard on if I had one of them. I'm telling you, I really could. That's just,
The USS Kidd, a World War II destroyer, became the only naval ship officially allowed to fly the Jolly Roger, known for rescuing pilots and trading them for ice cream. It now stands preserved as a museum ship in Louisiana.
Actually flew the Jolly Roger. Really? Wow.
Not just the Tom Bandit that did it.
Oh.
Clubbing in the 20s compared to clubbing in your 40s.
Yeah. That's so true now, isn't it?
Japanese ballpoint pen comes with real parasitic worms that swim around inside of it while you rot. What? Guy who chews his pens and the pen logo.
Yeah. Resident Evil. Umbrella Corporation. The Umbrella Corporation.
Have a little bit of intelligence for your life. Are you ready to identify the different types of power outlets by country?
UK, obviously.
Switzerland. Deutschland. Australia is always the land down under. I see why now. Here's the UK plug.
Yeah, the point.
Here's the Aussie plug.
Yeah, they're pointing downwards. They're all arseways, aren't
and they're the same as China.
Looks
is
like
Australia a Chinese country?
It looks like the mascot scary movie.
Hi, mate. Parlez-vous français?
And EU the same. What kind of sockets are them? Okay, now.
Brazil, Japan, and here's the 120 volt people.
20 volts, Jesus. Wow. That's so weird.
Doctors went on strike today, but their demands were very unclear for anybody but themselves.
Typical doctor's handwriting, isn't it? Especially when they write a prescription, you can never read it.
Some of us can. That's a problem. Types of screwdrivers. We got the jizz, the nut driver, the posi drive, the spinner, the triangle, the tri-wing, and the tri-point.
Tri-point. Wow. The jizz.
I thought that was Phillips, not jizz.
That's what I was kind of thinking. Phillips. A posi drive will kind of call a Phillips as well. It's kind of like the crosshead, isn't it? So, same kind of name.
Me every day this year. What the hell is this shit today?
That's so true now.
Meanwhile, Walmart logic. Rollback.
No.
Was $12.48, now $12.98.
Yeah.
What?
Totally fucked that one up, haven't I?
You forgot to change the 2 to a 1 to make it a roll back.
Pretty sure.
Mary Poppins, y'all. Marvel Studios version. Is he cool?
No.
Yondu Udanta as Mary Poppins.
Nope. Doesn't quite work. Sorry.
No?
Nope. Oh.
Maybe you liked this better.
Oh, the Ford Torino. Oh.
Now that I would take.
Yes. Good old Starsky and Hutch car. It was famous in another one. Clint Eastwood done a film called Gran Torino, didn't he? Which featured another one of them cars, didn't he? Yes.
That was a good movie.
That was a cracking film. Oh, man. Oh,
this is retarded as hell.
Oh, my God. No, that does not work. I'm sorry, them wheels have got to go. I'm sorry. I know everybody's got the different tastes and that, but nah, that does nothing for that vehicle at all. Sorry.
Brett Whitney's like, I like it. I like it.
No.
To me, it looks like you're a drug dealer in advertising.
Yeah. Come and get your shit here, boys.
Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with the vehicle if you change the tires.
No, it doesn't do it for me. No, sorry. How can you go off road with them rims on, man? It's not going to happen, is it?
How to spank a brat. Catch her.
Oh, here we go.
Hold on to her. While holding onto her, try to get your cuffs, ropes, whatever you can get your hands on. Carry her to the bed, cross-washing machine, whatever's closest. Stop and try to catch your breath. Don't let go. Oops. Catch her again. Threatening her with more spankings if she doesn't stand still. Catch her again. Threaten to gag her if she doesn't stop giggling. Drag her back to the bed, cross, washing machine, whatever. Secure her wrinkly-ass body and take a power nap. Choose your paddle, flogger, whatever's handy. Wake her up. Gag her to stop giggling. Repeatedly smack her ass until she stops shaking with laughter. Continue spanking until she starts to moan. Give up. No matter what you do, you know she's loving every minute of it.
Probably so true, that.
We'll be back next week for another episode of Sadomasochistic Education 101.
Oh, Jimmy.
Carving a pumpkin in September is called premature jack-o'-lantern. Not to be confused with Corporate Jason's premature inoculation.
Inoculation. Damn.
I heard someone call a corn dog a meat Twinkie. Life just feels so different now.
Meat Twinkie. God.
Well, now. While eating my lunch at McDonald's, I noticed a boy staring at me. He then walked up and said, "Why are you so ugly?" I whispered, "I'm not supposed to tell, but I came back in a time machine. I'm you in the future."
Uh-oh. Shit. That's you, Tels.
There you go.
If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back those words that hurt you, and you'd stay.
Wow!
Oh my God!
Wake me up before you go.
Leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. Take me dancing tonight. I'm not going to go. I'm going to hit that high because I'm not going to get there.
There's at least one generation that can't tell you what this word is. And no, it wasn't written by a doctor. Minimum. Punky Brewster premiered 41 years ago, September 16th, 1984.
Ooh, never seen it, man.
Really? You're better off that way. It's about as entertaining as watching Lawrence Welk.
Oh, well. Glad I
free
missed it then.
porn! If you get a link called free porn, don't open it. It's a virus which deactivates your spell check and hooks up your rotten. I also received it, but luckily, I don't watch porn. So I didn't open it. Please warn your friends. Flying K-Man, hello and welcome.
Oh my God. Wanks.
Wankers. I told you earlier, the reason why today's beverage, adult beverage, not so adult beverage, was a knee-high, was in honor of MASH. The first episode premiered 53 years ago, September 17th, 1972.
Jesus, really? Wow.
Yeah, buddy.
I was 6.
Flying K-Man's all the way from South Africa. South Africa.
Very welcome,
I
sir.
butchered that
Welcome,
accent.
very
Wonderful
welcome.
to have you here, mate. Meanwhile, Miami Vice premiered 41 years ago, September 16th, 1984.
Crockett and Tubbs. Yeah.
When you find something you like, so your wife gets it in every color imaginable.
Oh.
Welcome to
cute,
my
though.
world.
Yeah, that's the cute.
Little ankle biters.
Yeah, now, little buggers.
Lines of life. Truth in advertising. The line to criticize you is always going to be the longest. The line to gossip about you comes next. The line to get involved is even shorter. And the line to encourage you is about 3 times as long as the one person you might find that's willing to actually help you. Like we are on this channel. Ask any question you want. Anytime.
Yeah.
We'll stop what we're doing and help you out. Meanwhile, I guarantee you totally forgot about these until now.
From Snoopy and thingy. God, I wind you up toys. Did McDonald's
It
do
would
a
be
thing
Bob
with
across
them
the
once?
desk.
Aye.
Blast from the past. Who else remembers doing these as a kid?
Oh, the fucking rings, yeah. We used to use them with elastic bands. Do elastic bands.
Yep. And hence is why I do not trust the government. When the government investigates the government, and the government has to lie to the government to, protect the secrets of the state, they're not trustworthy at all.
Oh, the Flying Kimmon's got us a little thing there. He says he's looking for a new RTA. Please advise. Do I go for the single coil Thundercloud or the dual coil Blaze? I have an Orbiter 2 that you did recommend.
So you like your Orbiter 2 and you're looking for something along the same lines?
Yeah. He's got
Do you want a little more
Thundercloud.
airflow or a little less airflow?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Because
they're both.
if you're looking for a single coil, this is a little bit less airflow. The Blaze 2, Solo 2.
Yes, he's saying he loves the flavor. He's a flavor chaser, so he likes flavor. And he does 1% Nick.
Yeah, this one, if you're looking for a single coil flavor chaser, the Blaze Solo 2 is fantastic for flavor.
Yeah.
If you want more airflow than that, Hell Vape, Hell Beast. Pretty good.
There you go. Hope that helps.
Mouse around the world, come back here. Get off the other computer.
Oh. Why can't I remember that? He looks familiar and I can't remember that.
Send me an angel right now. Right now. How many of y'all remember these things?
Whoa. 2.4 gigahertz, Jesus. Notebook adapter. You know what it is? It's now the actual socket for them. You still get them sockets in some modern day
really
equipment.
I haven't seen that in eons.
We still get them now and then, but they use that kind of connection for extra storage. It's mainly storage devices that you plug in. What they are.
Wow. I thought everything moved over to USB-C now.
No, you still the odd electrical appliance comes out with that. TVs mainly.
Yeah, that was my consensus of that as well. The original Blaze Solo was real finicky with the cotton.
Yeah.
Hell Vape, Hell Beast RTA for dual coil.
That's the one. That's the
fantastic.
One. Yep. That is the one, mate.
If you're looking for flavor chasing. If you're just looking for a shit ton of clouds, then the Blaze Max. Pro Max. Lots of e-liquor capacity in there. Flavor's not bad, but it's certainly not as good as the Hell Beast.
Yeah. Still got decent flavor, just a cloud chugger.
Yeah. Meanwhile, here's Secretary Kennedy buying his FDA-authorized Zine when he's not using Tucker Carlson's Alp.
Really?
I don't know. I mean, the answer to that is I don't know.
I'm loving that now, like.
Sometimes I wonder if my call has ever actually been used for quality or training purposes.
Probably not. Just putting spine on you. That's mini curbing, isn't it? Oh dear.
These are attractive to children.
Dickhead.
Look at them colorful dildos. Those are attracted and marketed to children. With Donald Trump's face all over it.
Who would want to have Donald Trump in that area?
I don't know, man, but that would be a rough ride for sure.
Oh. Things people come up with.
Well, make me a sandwich. Fuck you, I made you a sub.
Oh, kinky? Kinky.
This is part 2 of our, educational series.
Educational. Oh, that word is it?
I may or may not have whip marks on my legs.
Possibly, yeah.
Secretary Kennedy, do you have whip marks on your legs?
Well,
I don't know. I mean, the answer to that is I don't know.
Who are we supposed to ask to find out? Ask him for a friend. We're concerned about your mental health. If she's screaming elephant banana senator blanket, she probably forgot the safe word. There's not enough money in the world for me to use a Trump dildo. And that right there wraps up our dad jokes for the week.
I can concur with that one.
I was worried about what was going to come next. Literally. I don't have enough towels for that.
Oh, dear me.
Quentin Combs, hello and welcome. Bloody fantastic to have you here. Good afternoon, all. Late on the show today was out and about. Hi, mate. Didn't miss much. Just, sadomasochistic education and me cussing up a storm as usual. Hothead Alex flipping out over vape news again.
The usual kind of shenanigans, as they say.
Nothing to see here. Except for...
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, those dildos were for the White House staff. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
Nah, man, I didn't see any white powder on them. They can't be for the White House. What do you recommend for flavor? Depends on the tank, mate.
Yeah.
I like the ones, the stock coil ones that came with it, although I have swapped them out for my normal ones. The NNKs I picked up, these are NI90 Clapton over NI80. They're a 3 millimeter inner diameter, 0.26 ohms individually, made by NNK. Here in the States, we pick them up at Amazon. You get a 100 pack for about $23. But there you go, man. Steam Crave 10th anniversary. Yay!
30 millimeter top coil and mesh beast.
This is something I haven't seen or used in a long time as an RDTA. There was a bunch of them out on the market a while ago.
Oh, yeah. They were banging them out for fun, weren't they?
Yeah, so this is my project for this weekend. Here's my question. Do you use beard oil? Sometimes. My wife has some in the cupboard for me. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. More often than not, I do not.
Just special occasions.
Well, see, for the show, I normally get a shower before the show, but the wife was working late today, so she was in the shower and I couldn't get one before the show, so you get me raw and uncensored today.
Ooh.
There have been times where I was busy before, got, run to a service call or something before the show. So there I am scrambling to get everything ready. And I'll take the beard oil and throw it on my brush and brush it through my beard and brush it in my hair and give me that polished Hollywood look.
Yeah, the Hollywood look, eh?
Did you get the forest fruit yet? I don't remember. I'd like to answer you truthfully, and therefore I must look it up. So let me go my flavor stash and let me check.
Fruit.
Forest fruit. Forrest Gump! Yes, sir. I do have it.
Cool.
So let's go to my recipes. And let's see which one it was. It wasn't the Wayne's Punch. Tropical fruit medley. No, that wasn't it. Wasn't fried ice cream, I'm sure. I'm sure it wasn't pecan crunch. What's the recipe?
Called the mix.
Quentin's mix.
Excuse me.
Quentin's Forest. Forest, go! Quentin's Forest. Sure, let's mix her up. Let's roll the random recipe bumper and mix her right up. Hot diggity dog diggity. Quentin's Forest, very simple, 2-banger. We have Inaware's Cactus mixed with Forest Fruit from Flavor Art.
A little drop of
just a little bit
super
of super sweet. Job done. So we're gonna modify this recipe right there. We're gonna edit that, make it a 60 ml bottle or a 30 ml bottle, and we'll leave the rest the way she sits.
Boom, done.
Job done. I need a scale. Back on the bench.
$30 ml bottle. Was this a shake and vape, do you reckon?
Yeah.
Should be, couldn't it?
Forest Fruit at 10%. I have no experience with Forest Fruit, so I cannot tell you whether that's too much or not.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, here's my boysenberry ice cream. It's a scoop of boysenberry ice cream in a cookie cone. http://tjek.nu/r/kfna. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
All right, 1.86.
Hey, how's it going?
I just filled up my secret sauce bottle, so she's up to the brim. Very good, 1.84. Cleared. Forest Fruit from Flavor Art. Ooh, she smells delicious. Very good. Very, very good. Okay. We need 3 grams of this.
I'm going over there.
Gosh. I hear myself again.
Maximum vape, please.
I know what I'm doing. There you go.
Inaware Cactus.
Inaware Cactus. Peanut butter. That should be default, shouldn't it?
I'm trying to think what it actually smells like. Like, what have I tasted that smells like this before? Because I've never eaten cactus. I know there's people, especially in the Midwest states, the United States, that eat cactus.
Another thing I've tried, I must say.
It's interesting. It smells juicy and green. There's like a meaty component. It's like some exotic fruit from like South America or something. I don't know.
Maximum vape, please!
Cool.
It's kind of like a cross between a kiwi and a cucumber.
The cactus is it's like watery, innit? It's like melony, not like a watery type plant, would you say?
I get where you're going, Neil. Cactus will give your vape a wetness.
Yeah.
When I read the word wetness, I got like watermelon picturing in my head.
Yeah, that's what I always thought it was similar too. Like a watermelon.
That's what it would smell like. It smells like the rind of a watermelon. Not the sweet, juicy part of it, like the white part of the watermelon. But one that's not like hard and crunchy, one that's like still soft and squishy. It had the texture of the watermelon itself. Anyway, 0.75 is what we needed this. Looks like a very simple recipe.
Work ticket. Cool.
Very good. And now we need 0.3 of super sweet, which is 1% of this recipe. Cool. PG dilution, we need 3.27.
Very nice. Fuck's that? This call. I don't know what that one is.
Well, that really changed that forest fruit smell.
Really?
The cactus gave it like an earthy note. Interesting. I tried anything once, twice if I like it. And then 26 and a half.
You never know, it might help to bring something out or not bring something out. You just don't know. Like you said, maybe that cactus is just give it a bit more wetness to your vape. To speak. What's that? Damn. That was quick and simple.
That's what my wife says too.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, in the package I have for you I put a 30 ml bottle of the boysenberry ice cream and a 30 ml bottle of my white chocolate blueberry truffle in 3 milligrams. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
Cool. Boysenberry ice cream, delicious. Why did that come from this call? I don't know what the fuck it is.
Well, that's really interesting. The initial taste is like a fruit salad.
Right.
But then it's got like this earthy component to it as well. Wonder what that's going to vape like. She's tasty. On the knuckle.
Yeah. Interesting.
This one clean? No.
Nope. Damn.
I want an unmolested experience.
Man.
You still got dealing with your itchies.
Yeah. Really pissing us off.
Have you tried taking a Zyrtec or an allergy pill?
Been trying antihistamines. That was my last scratch on my hand. I really took the fucking skin off again. Just, it feels like it's worse when I sweat or if I'm warm. It's worse. I don't know why, but it just is.
Fatty Muffles, hello and welcome.
Oh, hello, Fatty.
I'd really love a room tour with all your stuff.
Oh, how long have you got? How long have you got?
I like it. It's really different than anything I've ever had before.
It looks like it. You're trying to figure it out.
Well, I'm trying to like live in the moment of it. Because I mean, like I could analyze like the taste characteristics of it, but being that it's so foreign to me, I'd rather just like use my imagination and try to live in that moment of the vape.
Witness just said it gets better after 3 days because he says the cactus blends in a bit more. Just fair point.
Yeah, it is a little paramount once those flavors balance out a little bit. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with it on the shake.
So it's forest fruits, yeah? So, I mean, what we're talking country-wise, the UK forest fruits, you know, like blackberries and blueberries and cranberries and...
Let's go look at the ingredients. We'll click on forest fruit and it'll give you the breakdown from what other people have evaluated it. Just click on the notes and see what people say. First impression is of strawberry and peach, followed by a little coconut. No. I get the idea of strawberry and peach, but I don't get either one of those as a distinct identifiable flavor. Not overpowering, good sweet flavor, minor sharp notes, but doesn't seem to be too much. Could use a sweeten up though. Overall flavor profile. The flavor is consistently described as a blend of mixed berries. It is frequently characterized as a realistic, natural, and fresh berry mix, though some users perceive it as more of a candied or gummy berry flavor. Nah, I don't get the gummy berry flavor, and I get the fresh berry mix, but you're talking about like boysenberries and like blueberries and like blackberries, maybe a little black currant. It's not raspberries as in your traditional raspberries, like other raspberry flavors. I'm thinking more along the line of dark fruits that you would, you know, go foraging through the forest for. Primary berries that they notified or noticed inside of there is strawberry, raspberry, bilberry, which is wild blueberry, blackcurrant, blackberry. Yeah, I get the blackberry. Both in the scent and the taste of it. Citrus notes, orange, lemon, peach. Hints of coconut, no. Mango, yes. I can identify like that characteristic of it. The thing is, it's not like, to me, it's not like a gummy or like a candied flavor. It is more along the lines of the odors of a bowl of mixed berries.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a harvest berries from Capella. This one is more along the lines of your strawberry, blackberry, blueberry combination, where the strawberry is definitely recognizable in this one. In forest fruit, I don't get the strawberry.
Yeah.
It's a very good combination. And that cactus adds a curiosity note to it. And I think it changes your mouthfeel from what people are describing the forest fruit by itself.
Yeah.
So your 10% that you mixed it in looks like a perfect, you know, recipe proportion from what other people's are using it at. Some people use it as low as 3.8, some people as high as 15. So 10 falls right in that average, and some people prefer 10%.
Yeah.
That is one thing I would be curious. I would like to take some and like put it into a 10 ml bottle and add a drop of dragon fruit to it. Because I think that it's along the same lines, but it would add a little more depth and dimension to the flavor profile. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's
very interesting, and I like it.
Got a few questions. Like I said, there's a lot of people who are getting different flavors. Like you said, coconut is a big question mark. I mean, what coconut's going to do, I don't know, but
maybe the reason they're getting the coconut is because you know how when you eat coconut, I'm not talking like the desiccated coconut or the candied coconut. I'm talking about, you know, you actually open a raw coconut and you bit a piece of that meaty flesh. That drying texture and characteristic in your mouth is what I'm getting from this mixed berry combination. Whereas when you eat like blackberries and stuff like that, it's a very juicy experience.
Oh yeah, explode your mouth. Then juice blackberries and all lovely.
My mouth is salivating, so it's like a juicy experience, but you still get like your tongue has like that. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a drying characteristic where it's like not cotton mouth, but along that direction.
Tries an Arab sandal.
But it's not the whole surface of my tongue. It's only just like the center portion of my tongue that has that feeling.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm glad I really got it. And I'm glad I had a chance to try this recipe.
Neil's kind of agreed with you there. Yeah.
Dragon fruit will definitely blend and enhance the fruit flavors.
Yeah. Definitely. Could be worth a try. Yeah.
I hate
it'll be
dry
worth a try.
juice. Yeah, it's one that is not actually a completely dry vape. It's not like drinking a dry champagne. This is like drinking like an Asti Spumante. So you get the sweetness and the juiciness of it, but once that starts washing away in your mouth, part of your mouth gets that characteristic of a dry component.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of different dragon fruits in here, and they're all a little bit different. The most subtle of dragon fruits is Flavrz, but I got a deal on Flavor Arts Dragon Fruit. Dash Vape was clearancing a bunch of their stuff whenever they were threatening to tax flavorings being sold by a vape shop. So I got a big 120 ml bottle of Flavor Arts Dragon Fruit. I've been using that in a lot of different things. This is an accent flavor.
Yeah.
So we're going to let this steep for a while and, let it ripen to its full potential, and we'll give her a try. But I very much appreciate you mixing this up and sharing this recipe with us.
Thank you very much, Quentin.
I like it. I really like it.
You've definitely got to
Let me scroll up and get Neil's recipe. There you go.
Oh, yeah. He dropped a recipe in, didn't he?
Boysenberry ice cream.
Holy moly. You ain't got them.
Only missing 2. Boysenberry raspberry from Wonder Flavors. And vanilla gelato from Wonder Flavors.
Gelato?
Oop. That looks like an interesting combination of ingredients. How long of a steep time you figure on this? He just mixed it up. Because with those ice creams in there, I expect that to take a good couple weeks.
Yeah.
And the Silverline whipped marshmallow is not like the SSA whipped marshmallow or whipped cream. The SSA whipped cream you can taste right away.
It's got 2 vanilla beans in there from 2 different manufacturers. Capella and TBA.
Yep. A lot of people do that.
Really?
Cool. The cookie crumble's really going to stand out in there. I think that's going to be a beautiful, tasty treat.
Awesome, as they say.
Between the e-liquid that we mixed up today and looking at that one there, makes me want to make like a rhubarb pie.
Oh, yeah.
That's a European delight.
Yes. Or a rhubarb crumble. Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. Damn. That's going to be a good one. You're going to have that sweetness and that tanginess, You've got to get that blend right, mate.
I need to make your rum cookie.
It depends how you cook rhubarb. I mean, I say cook, but it depends how you prepare your rhubarb as well, depending on how much flavor you get. And a lot of people, they will break it down, boil it down with lots of sugar in, make it stringy so you can think it. But some people will just have the lumps and only half boil it so it's still crispy. You know what I mean? There's lots of ways to prepare it.
And you get that tartness to it.
Like it. Yeah. Some people boil it down so it's like, if you can imagine them cheese sticks, you peel them, it's all stringy. Some people get it down so it's stringy. And they normally put that as a base on a crumble. And then you get the people who do it in chunks, what you would actually put in a pie so it doesn't, break down into fucking mush, you know what I mean?
When I was a kid, my mom was experimenting with different recipes the one time, and she mixed it up. And she actually took it and put it in the food processor to completely dice all that stringiness out of it.
Yeah, blitzed it.
And she actually made it like a jam. And use that as a filling for a crumble.
Everyone.
Yeah.
According to Neil Pitts, I am not a fan of the rum flavors. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
You haven't
Not a
lived,
fan of
Neil.
the
You
rum
haven't lived.
flavors. Well, I'm curious to see what you think of Kenny's rum cookie. I mixed up a 60 ml bottle for you. You'll have
He's
to add
gonna
your own
send
secret
you-
sauce.
He's going to send you a bottle of boysenberry ice cream, apparently. 30 ml.
There's a little package. You got your 60 ml bottles. You got your 30 ml bottles.
All ready to go.
And I got the Hell Beast ready to go. I need to just throw it in a bag and get it on your way.
Yeah.
I have
get
a
it
feeling we'll
sent.
be sending each other stuff, or especially as time goes on.
Definitely. Why not? Mixers sharing mixers.
Yeah, because I took a look at his actual flavor stash and I looked at which ingredients he didn't have that I had like big bottles of. I'm like, oh, let me pour in this. Let me pour in this. Let me pour this. And I'm like, I'm running out of 30 ml bottles. I'll have to order some more. Can't vape flavor art milk and honey. It makes me sick to my stomach. Only time I have experienced this with any of the flavors out there. Interesting. That was one thing. Darren made this recipe for me. It's Hunky's espresso. And I'm like, I mixed it up and I know it had honey in it, but it like really, I figured it was just gonna be like an accent note or a background note. But man, he had it in there like 3%, and I was surprised to see how forefront that honey is once it's in there.
Really?
I even cut it back to like 1% and made it a batch of that coffee, the espresso. And it's like that honey, I just can't get it out of my mind. I recognize it as soon as I vape it, even at 1%. So I was like, I need to mix this up without any of it. And I mixed it up and I'm like, holy cow, does that make that Maca's coffee shine? I'm like, it's better than Starbucks. Neil, do you like green? I'm not green, grape. Did you send me the grape because you didn't like it? Because I still have some of that original Purple Rain.
Hang on, that sounded so wrong. You like green, mate? Oh, yeah, all the time.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's not so wrong anymore.
That's what we call it here in the UK, green. Got any green? Yeah, I've got plenty green. Oh, shit. He loves green.
He loves grape?
Green, not grape. He likes green.
I know he loves green.
Keep
Most
green.
of the people watching the show love green.
What, the colour?
Oh, it's too sweet for you. It's okay. I'm going to send this off to Kenny.
Yeah, I've vape. It's nice. Well, I guess it's okay. It's a nice grape.
It's a 3. Be right up your alley.
Oh, yes. I'll make a nice grape.
Yeah, I'll throw in some Purple Rain because I still got like 8 bottles of it left.
Oh, get them in, man. I like it.
And they're all 0 milligrams, so they're never gonna go bad.
Yeah. Just add what you want. Ding, get it in.
Nick it up however you like it. You get to see what it was like. I got burned out with it. And now it's like the same thing where like, I tried that Vapetasia one. I'm like, oh, this is a beautiful purple, flavor, like a purple punch. And then it was just like the second day I'm like, it's okay.
Not like a daily vape. It's something you would just do for a
I
change.
can't go back to grape being my all-day vape.
You moved on.
That's like this one. I picked
like...
this one up earlier today. This was the Robo Bar. This was direct to lung disposable.
Ah.
It's like literally breathing through it. No restriction whatsoever. It's a grape. I should love it. I don't hate it. It's just, it's okay. Now, candy cane is the opposite.
You like your candy cane, though. You do like that.
Yeah.
I've got a little challenge for you.
Yeah?
Right? With Halloween coming up round the corner, I'd like you to produce a Halloween vape.
My goal is to make a pumpkin pie vape.
Yeah, see?
I've got some VSO pumpkin here. That was the one that wasn't 100% sealed when they shipped me their package of flavorings.
Oh, yeah.
My studio smelled like Halloween for a week before the scent finally diminished in this room. I'm like, oh.
There you go, folks.
Bloody fantastic.
If you don't like a juice, folks, and you like the smell of it, use it as an air freshener. Just put it in a little oil thing, and where you go.
And you can buy yourself some wax, and you can take and mix it up with some hot wax.
Yeah.
And then you can make little cubes of it, and your wife can put it in a little hot warmer, the wax warmer.
Yeah, with the low burners, yeah.
Mallory Gates has got it right there. Nailed it to the wall. A pumpkin pie cheesecake.
That would be cool.
Yes.
That's one thing I've never tasted.
Attention everyone.
Pumpkin pie.
According to Neil Pitts, Alex mixed Kenny some candy corn e-juice. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
You know, the sad thing is I was going to send you some last year. I was going to send you some canned pumpkin pie. All you need to do is pour it into a crust. You can make a regular pie crust, right? Or you can buy them frozen in the grocery store. Frozen pie crust.
Yeah, like short crust pastry and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you can get all that.
Yeah, you don't want a phyllo dough based crust. You want an actual like pie crust if you were making like a apple pie or boysenberry pie or something like that. Probably. An actual thick, nice crust. The perfect solution is if you get the frozen pie crust in the store, you put that out on there, you open up the can, you dump this in there. It's already sweetened, seasoned, everything. You just put it in there, put it in the oven, and an hour later you have pumpkin pie. Job done.
You don't pour a top on. You leave it open, not pour a top crust over the top. Just leave it open.
Nope. Let it skin over on the top.
Now we call that in the UK a flan. Where you just have your pie case. You've got to take a proper, what we call it, a flan pie case, which has got the ribbed edges.
Yes.
Put your flan paste at the bottom there, and you fill it with whatever. Could be sweet, it could be savoury. Bump, yeah. I know what you mean now, yeah. Call them flans over here. The term we don't use that often, but flans. You don't hear much of it anymore, a flan. You got to make a flan. What the fuck's one of them?
I don't know, mate, but we still got a retro vape to do. We're at 4 hours and 55 minutes already.
Damn.
All right, retro vape.
Oh, the crown. Oh,
a long time ago, not really, in a galaxy not so far away, UWELL created the crown tank.
That was a good idea. That was a good idea in its day, the crown.
So this is the Crown 5. We're going to take a look at today.
Is that the suborn one, yeah? The coils already included? Yeah,
yes,
they've done some good stuff back in the day.
Because the one that we opened up last week, the coil's already shot in it, that Freemax one.
Really?
Look at that.
Wow. Already.
Look at that cotton. See how black that cotton is?
Yeah, it's well burned out. It's a bit burnt there, Bonnie lad.
So we're going to see if this Crown 5 tank is capable of outlasting that Freemax tank. I enjoyed it while it was still good, but Unfortunately, that's one of the disadvantages of this Mango Sunrise is, come on now. You gonna make me rip the packaging?
They're very sweety juicy. They don't slide out. Looks like it's a slidey. Ah, you got a sticky on. Stop it slide. That is a oopsie doopsie. Get that out of shot. You'll get rang.
Nah, it slides out like a dream.
There you go.
Very interesting packaging.
It was good back in the days. Now, some of the packaging was really good, wasn't it? Back in the day,
Holy
nice
cow.
boxes. Look at that, man. Nice little tin lid there. It's lush, that one. Yeah, I never seen no like that now, do you?
No.
Whatever happened to stuff like that? Look at the stuff you get inside as well, man. Just bring in instruction manuals. There's all sorts.
The O-ring bag.
You get no like that now.
Do not eat. Here's your coil. Dual coil. Comes with bubble glass. And this is something I always was amazed at UWELL. They're the only ones that have ever done this.
Yeah. The cover for your drip tip.
A cover for your drip tip so that you could throw it in your purse if you're, and bada bing, bada boom, no shit gets in your coil.
Brilliant, man.
The lift top, spinny. Because she's just spinning and spinning and spinning.
Neil Pitts has got the Crown Mini with the RBA deck that fits in. Nice flavour. But the only downside, it only holds 2.5 ml of juice. Yeah, they did back in the day.
All right, what's the trick with this top?
Oh, hang on. What's the crap there?
There's no markings to push and slide.
Does it not lift up and there's like a hole in the side? You've got some up and down movement on it, haven't you?
Yeah. Child-resistant packaging.
Yeah, and adult by the looks of it.
So it's like a prescription bottle.
I'm going to push down.
Line it up
click
and then twist. Otherwise it spins. Once you get it down, quarter turn, and she opens up.
Job done. Very nice, mate.
We're going to take our mod from last week, throw it on there. I think she looks just quite eloquent on it. Nice matchy-matchy.
You and your mate, you're getting very OCD, mate. Matchy shit.
We'll take our Mango Sunrise and drop her in there. I love this. This is like the bloody fantasticest thing in the world. You got an opening that's big enough to fit this Gorilla tip in it, and it's lined with a gasket, so you can actually feel that making good contact inside there.
We used to call them the vagina slots because it's like a vagina. You slip it in and open.
Hi, mate.
We did, honestly.
All right, so essentially this means that you don't need to remove your drip tip. That was always a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah.
And this is a 510 drip tip.
Cool.
So we line her up, give her a quarter turn, and she's on. Very nice.
Job is a good one, sir.
I wonder if this would fit my
Oh,
orbiter.
it is.
Looks too
You
small.
and that bloody orbiter. You keep breaking bloody glasses.
Well, I haven't used it in a while because of the fact I broke one, and now it's like...
Which one was it? The original or the two?
The original.
The original orbiter. You broke all the bubble glasses.
Yeah, she's smaller.
I can't believe you. I can't believe you've done that. I can't believe you keep doing that, mate.
Listen, the part that you really won't believe is I had 4 spare glasses at one point.
And they're all broke.
Yeah. I have straight glass that's still in the box that I could put on it. But I may do that. I may just go through my boxes of stuff because I need to reorganize things in my closet anyway. And I'll take that and throw the straight glass on it and put that one on as the one that's on display. So I can still keep using these other ones.
I mean, they're still available. You can still buy them.
Not here in the States. Nobody has them. I've seen them internationally.
They are. Yeah,
what's that one?
What
the heck's that one website? They had a minimum order of 25. I'm like, I don't need to order 25 of them. They were cheap as chips, though. So, like, I would still pay more for shipping than I would for the glass. But
I found some on Amazon, but they're for the Orbiter 2.
yeah, that's the same here. You can still find shops that still have them for the 2, but not for the original.
Yeah.
That's all right. I still have 5 of them.
The Solo. The Solo one.
Need batteries in this.
And that's for the Solo.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe.
Positive end up there.
2.
30 watts. That's too low. 0.29. Ted, maybe I should look that up. Maybe I should look and see what the wattage is you're supposed to use this thing at. Might be a good idea. Nope. See if they actually included that in their user manual.
That's a straight glass.
Okay, so we have the ferrite, chromium, and aluminum. That's Canthal. Mesh coils. The 0.23 is the UN2. That is 65 to 70 watts. The UN2-2 is 0.3 ohms, 50 to 55 watts. And the UN2-3 is 0.2 ohm, 65 to 70 watts. That right there is a 0.3 ohm coil. So 50 to 55 is what she calls for.
That's a shame. I'd be surprised. Like, I mean, if it, the Crown was a decent fucking RTA, like, in its day.
She drinking the juice, though. Let me tell you, I filled that thing up to the brim.
Oh yeah, they did like a drink.
That means that those the cotton they used in there is wicking beautifully. Might not have to wait the full 5 minutes. I don't know.
Oh, you don't want to burn it out. Hell no.
Fatty Muffus, hello and welcome.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You were the one that asked for the room tour. Well, my cameras are secured to... Let me try something here.
You can kind of, couldn't you?
Let's do this. Let's switch to the doggy cam so that you can still hear us.
Yeah.
There's the Poochie sleeping. The other Poochie's gone. Now I'm going to mouse around the world and overrule this.
Hang on. Is your better half in his home?
Yes.
And Maggie's sleeping next to you. She's not on the couch with your better half.
Right. She couldn't be bothered to spend time with Mama. She's Daddy's baby.
That's just so odd.
The black dog is
so
Mama's
odd,
baby.
'cause I know, but they both always go running to Mama. They both always go. Our camera froze, so you must have pulled some of that.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where the back of the USB cable is loose. And OBS doesn't like it when you disconnect and reconnect stuff. So we'll go and switch to turning it off, turning it back on. Deactivate. Activate.
There you go. Just move
there
slowly
you go.
and gently. Slowly and gently with a mitt.
So there's the set behind me. There's the one on the table. There's the overhead table.
Shelves full of shit.
I'm not kidding when I tell people that I've literally tested hundreds of products and only put out the reviews on the best.
Yeah, right. Wow.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex just opened a plastic wrapper and both will be Dad's dogs. Now back to your regularly scheduled content.
That's
That
so
is
true.
all.
Here's something rustling.
I intended to actually do some gaming on Twitch, but I've never actually done it.
Station there, Jesus.
2, 3, and 4.
Oh.
PlayStation 5 is downstairs. Flavors, refrigerator, camera stopped working.
Plenty of folks would like to start friggin' it's like
So
the
there you
Starship
go, man.
Enterprise. Starship
It's not,
Enterprise
a big
is-
formal studio tour, but I'm the most transparent YouTuber out there. Every time we start our show, I give you pretty much a 360-degree view of the whole thing.
Yeah.
The
Pretty
only
much,
thing
yeah.
that you do not get to see is behind my desk. Because I've literally got dozens of cables that run all the way around my desk, all the way behind me to webcams on the other side of the room.
I don't like.
And then obviously you've got the lights that are above me that all have, the proper netting on it so that they only shine light straight forward. And then that's why the live sign doesn't have a reflection on it, because I got to keep it tilted at a certain angle so that you don't get a reflection of that actual big massive light shining towards me.
Ugh. It is a big massive bloody light now. Yosh.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's big. Paul G, hello and welcome. All right, so
you Corsair.
yeah, Corsair sucks. They're the ones that are behind Elgato, actually.
Ah, right.
Once you get the shit working and set up, it's wonderful. But their updates are almost as bad as Microsoft's. Like the current latest update, the September update, has completely pooch-screwed digital rights management. So if you try to stream on your computer, the only one that truly works properly is Netflix. All the other ones are glitchy. My monitor behind me that is behind the teleprompter is pooch-screwed. It's like a strobe sometimes. Just random intervals, goes black, flashes, and that's the digital rights management because that monitor is mirrored to my right. I like the open world games, GTA and Ghost Recon Wildlands, Red Dead Redemption.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I don't like the run and gun stuff.
Are you looking forward to the new GTA when they finally get around to releasing it?
Yes. Yes.
Oh. Oh, well, lass, she's gonna pre-order it. She's gonna buy a new games console even if she has to, just to play it. You know what I mean? She's got everything booked in for that.
I'll take the PS4, move it back downstairs in the living room, and I'll bring the PS5 up here. I'll stream it.
Yeah. I think she said I think even if it comes the time when she goes back to work, she said she would put a week's holiday in at work to play it.
Attention everyone. According to William Dobson, Kenny have a look on AliExpress for bubble glass. Now back to your regular
There was a website
that is
cracked down on vaping, but that's where the Brick City Vapors gets a lot of their stuff from. That is like, I want to say it's an Indian company. It's not Temu. They're the ones that I was looking at. Does my V Pro have some? No, they got the straight glass.
Got the app on my phone, actually. The AliExpress app somewhere. Where are you?
It's been a while since I looked. Oh, Ali Vape has it. They have the 6 milliliter bubble glass. I'll have to place an order from there. I've never ordered from them before. Oh, in pre-sale. Forget it. It means you don't have it. Bearded Viking Customs makes an acrylic replacement for it. Now that's something I might have to do. I think they're in South Africa. .28 millimeter acrylic replacement glass. And you can get in different colors too. Bubble glass.
Cool.
Aqua blue, black and red, black marble, blue marble, clear. Clear and black, clear and red, gold foil. Holy cow. That is awesome. Wonder what the dollar conversion exchange ratio is. US dollars. $10 a piece to $16 a piece depending on color.
Wow.
And that doesn't include shipping.
Dead rabbits.
Very interesting. At least there's still options available for me.
Yeah. Cool.
Arbiter Solo, Arbiter Solo, Arbiter Solo, Arbiter 2.
There's loads for Arbiter 2 and Solo. Like, there's lots out there for that. I'm surprised because, I mean, the Arbiter's not really that old, is it? You know what I mean?
What is this? 3-pack of replacement bubble glass for Oxford Arbiter 2.
Lots of Arbiter 2s. You can get them on Amazon.
$3F Vape. $1.99 a piece. I might have to do that. Just order 10 of them. Call it a day. Dispatches in 3 to 14 days. Well, I'm in no rush. I still got 5 of them.
That's an interesting question. There you go from Quinton.
What's that?
Suggestions for air system or purifier, which you obviously spelled that wrong, for vape as it gets colder. I can't have my windows open all day. Don't see much for stuff like that, do you?
I don't use any kind of separate filtration system. I vape inside. I vape inside the studio every single day of the year, with the exception of the few days that my wife is completely off or we're gone out of town. And I don't have any problems. It dissipates quickly, especially with a ceiling fan. It dissipates quickly, and I don't have any buildup like on my monitors or anything. Camera lenses, I constantly clean with my Zeiss wipes that I use to clean my glasses. So like usually what I do is I'll clean my glasses every day, and then I'll take the wet lens and I'll finish once a week, wipe the camera lens off.
Yeah. I mean, fans help, just like it says, fans help blad down. Windows, yeah, it still gets. I mean, your PCs are a sucker for it because they not off stuck within.
I've never noticed any film in my PC.
Really, I'm not so much inside the PC. Just your fans. Your fans get gunked up with dust. Where it gets
fans get gunked up anyway.
I've had that before. Yeah,
as somebody who's worked on PCs for decades now, as a business. I've replaced tons of fans in places where nobody smoked or vaped. The dust builds up on your fan.
They still get, but I've found sometimes it's more frequent needs cleaning when you vape sometimes. I mean, that's when I used to vape a lot indoors. Not so much now.
With me blowing the vape out like this, the first place I notice it, if there was anything, would be on the microphone arm that's used to hang this camera in front of me.
Yeah.
I don't notice any buildup on it. Some people I know for a fact have found film buildup inside of their vehicle because they vape with the windows closed.
Oh, no.
Inside their car.
Windows open. Yeah, windows open all the time.
And even if you were to have the window cracked open like you used to in the past and you like blow it towards there, I could see the film building up on your thing, but we talked about that before. The best cleaner for that is a Sprayway glass cleaner.
Any kind of degreasing agent as well, vinegars or any vinegars.
You don't need a degreasing agent. It breaks down with water actually, but this stuff works amazing. It's ammonia free. It's got the foaming action. This Sprayway cleaner is available in all your local auto parts stores. Hardware stores sell it, like Lowe's, Home Depot, they have it. AutoZone, and then you can obviously use the simple way that most people clean their windows. Mallory suggests vinegar and water.
Yeah, vinegar and water.
I personally love this stuff.
Blurred it, just spray it and done.
That's what I use to clean my wife's glass, because she vapes in the truck everywhere she drives, and hardly ever cracks the window open.
Oh well, just not fog the fucking car out. You know what I mean?
Been a long time.
Everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, have you tried the Geek Vape Pod system or the UWELL Pod systems? I put brand new kits in the package for you to try. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
Probably working his way through it, boys and girls. He's got that much stuff to work through. Absolutely loads.
Okay, so something I noticed right away with this UL Crown 5 is the Mango Sunrise is way sweeter inside the Dead Rabbit 4 than it is in this Crown 5. It's not absent. It's just sweeter in the other one. The orange isn't really coming through on this one. I suspect it might have to do with the Kanthal material they have for the mesh coil. And I think once I get a tank of liquid through it, I'll probably be back to experiencing that flavor again.
Yeah.
The nicotine in it is more throaty in this Crown tank than it is in any of the other ones that I've been using it in recently.
Really? Wow. Yeah, Neil's saying you'll probably need a tank to break the coil in, like. But
that's with any Kanthal coil.
Yeah, that was common.
It's always been the issue with Kanthal with me.
Yeah. That was common back then.
My rebuildables are all nichrome. NI80 wrapped in NI90. So you get that crisp flavor right off the bat.
Yeah.
The only thing that you can get a cleaner vape from would be stainless steel. And the only stock coil sub-ohm tank I ever had that was like that was a Mike Vapes. He released a stock coil tank the one time that came with stainless steel coils.
You should get some of them and try them. The mint and an RDA. Because they fire up so, they heat up so much quicker. The ramp up time's amazing on them.
There's that orange. That didn't take long. 4 tokes.
I think I might actually get some of them again short. I might get some pre-made stainless steel coil wire.
That's a juicy vape.
That UWELL tank was a good tank that day. Honestly, it was brilliant.
What a dramatic difference. After just like 4 tokes? Holy cow. And what's so shocking to me is so lackluster in orange originally. Now it's the dominant flavor of this flavor profile.
Really?
And it's definitely orange and not tangerine. Very interesting.
Cool, isn't it?
I try to test everything I can get my hands on. There's so many things that I've tried that I don't even talk about because it's like, it was all right. It's not like this Crown tank where I tried it and it was like, it's okay. And then by the 5th toke, it was like, wow, this is really putting out some good flavor. Still throaty. But it is such a juicy, mouth-watering vape now. Wow.
Sig one will probably sell some. Yeah.
Yeah, that sprayway is fantastic. I keep a can of that in each of my vehicles. Matter of fact, in the back of my wife's Explorer, she's got one of those organizing totes. And I keep a jug of antifreeze in there, motor oil, the sprayway glass cleaner. There's a can of that in there, plus a roll of paper towels. Because there's been times where, I don't go with her anywhere in her vehicle for a long time. And then all of a sudden we go somewhere and I'm like, how do you even see anything out of this windshield? So as soon as we get to wherever we're going, like unless it's like we're going out to eat, then it's like after we eat, I'll do it when we get home. But like if we go to like Cleveland or something, go to my mom's, that's the first thing I do when I get a free minute. Put that sprayway glass cleaner, it foams over top of the whole windscreen. wait a minute for that foam
Attention
to dissipate
everyone.
And break down everything that's
According
on
to
there.
Neil Pitts, Alex the
Paper
Geek
towel,
Vape
done.
B-Series coils are Canthal and they don't need break-in time to me. Now back to your
That's
regularly
awesome.
scheduled content. That is all.
There's only been a handful of times I've had Canthal coils that I could hardly tell that it, or not tell that it's Canthal. That one stock coil tank that Mike Vapes released with the stainless steel coils, I was really impressed with those. There was no break-in time with it. There was no off-node taste to it ever. And the coils lasted like 10 days before needing replacement. That was what really impressed me about it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, stainless steel, like I said, just for the ramp-up time. That's why it is popular with RDAs, you know what I mean? Just ramp straight up, bang. Straight away you get that hit. Especially if you're using it on a mech. You know, it helps just to bang, just instant. Really good. I've still got some stainless flat wire somewhere. Made some coils with that and like, whoo. You know when you've got them in, like, ooh, Christ, do you not?
For sure.
Ouch. Boom. Even like if you like, you know, like a high wattage vapor, the stainless steel does make a difference. Like, like shit. Like 0 to 200 in 1 millisecond. Boom.
The one thing I definitely need to do today after we get done with the stream is I need to go out and change the wife's headlight. One bulb burned out. We're coming home from the concert. Oh, you missed out on that. We went to go see Adam Sandler live in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Adam Sandler. Fucking hell.
Let me look at the radar here real quick. It's still raining outside. Yeah, I'll show you the pictures I showed everybody earlier. Since you missed out. Me and the missus actually going out on the town for a night. It was fantastic experience, let me tell you.
Hey.
We had a blast. Yeah, and as you can tell, she gave me a haircut before we went. She's like, you look like a homeless man. I'm like, okay, well, eventually I get like that and you get sick of it and then you cut my hair. So
You
I'm
look
not
like
worried
a
about
bum.
Yeah, so there we were. You're my best friend ever tour.
What's he do? Is he stand-up comedian or is he just giving you...
Yeah. He did some singing. He did some stand-up. He brought some guys from Saturday Night Live there that performed. They kind of sucked. They had his regular people from all of his movies. John, I want to say Schneider. The one guy that plays in, like, we just watched the one with the kid. Remember when he had that kid that was his roommate's son? And he called child services to take him? Grown-ups or whatever it was called?
Yeah.
So Rob Schneider was there, and he sung and was actually pretty freaking good. And then he tells some of his jokes and stuff like that, and pulls some of his normal shenanigans. He played his guitar and sang his quirky little songs.
And honestly, I never knew he did stuff like that. I just thought he was just an actor, and that was it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Never knew he'd done
He
shit
was really
like
good. I was really impressed. I mean, he was not a musician perfect, but I mean, he was in tune most of the time, and, you know, his songs are more like comedian style, quirky, you know, making fun of typical life events.
The usual shit. Packed out, like,
And it
massive.
was a
Wow.
sold out arena. 15,000 of us were there that night, I think.
It's packed out,
This thing
man.
normally seats 18,000 for hockey games. If you're doing like basketball games or something, it's like 20,000. Right? Yeah, 20,000 fits in it. But your standard hockey game that are sold out is like 18,000. And then obviously they have this back section. Nobody sits there because that's behind the stage, which is the very end of
that's all.
the thing.
That's
So you
all
probably
this-
lose, 3,000 people behind the stage? So there was like 15,000 of us there. Completely sold out.
Fucking hell. I never knew he'd done out like that. Never knew he did out.
Yeah. So he took that picture. He had everybody hold up their cell phone.
Awesome, man.
PPG Arena.
Was that in Pittsburgh, yeah?
Yes, sir. That was me taking pictures of like, what do they got? What kind of equipment they got down there?
All the sound
Zoomed
engineers.
in as much as I could with my phone, the sound engineers. And this is actually a video production that's put together. Because the other picture I took was the cameraman that was sitting right behind him.
Yeah, they'll videoed it. Obviously, they've had like your sound engineers, probably your lighting engineers sitting next to them with all the lights and shit.
It's all computer programmed.
Yeah.
XLR. I used to do the same thing when I was DJing. That was fun. We had a great time. He was a blast.
Did you have food? That's the question.
We ate there at the arena. She was originally like, hey, let's go to the place down the road. But it was like literally like a 15-minute walk.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, and then it's like, where are you going to park? So if we park by the arena so we can leave town as quick as possible after the show, that made it like a 25-minute walk to the bar where you can get the food. That would be just basically regular bar food. So we were like, we'll just eat at the stadium, whatever they got. Because they usually have a really good selection for the hockey games. So like Permanis, I've showed you the Permani sandwich with the coleslaw and the french fries, or the chips as you call them, right on the sandwich. That's something they normally have for the hockey game. Well, they had a limited menu for this situation. So you had like chicken fingers and fries. I got a pizza, which is a different pizza I've never had before. It's Chicago style. So it was like thicker crust, thick cheese, and then crispy pepperoni on it. So I really enjoyed, having that as something different. And the wife had the chicken and fries, and then I had a pretzel.
And
then we both
you
drank.
You guys like your pretzels. Not a fan of them.
Pretzel.
Not a fan of pretzels. I'm not a fan of them.
Yeah.
Not a fan of pretzels.
We love everything bread. That's essentially all it is.
Technically, you're probably right, But I'm not really a fan.
So that was really cool. I thought this was funny. The other day I got on there. Baron Trump followed me.
Really?
That's funny. What? Why you follow me? What'd I do?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. What did you do?
When I first posted that picture of RFK Jr. wearing a Hypocrisy t-shirt, he followed me for a second until he realized, I pushed the wrong button. I got a screenshot of that too. I'm like, whatever. Got your attention.
Yeah. Good. What we want.
As busy as he is, I doubt he actually watched our show and listened to me rant about him for 2 hours.
You never know, mate. He might have had some kind of fucking runaround watching it. Gone, hey, you seen this chap?
He could have appointed somebody to watch it and say, what the heck is he saying about me? Why does he call me a hypocrite?
Yeah.
Go find out.
Yeah. Now you know, mate. Now you fucking know.
Listen, I will not stop. I will keep poking the bear. Until the bear eats me and I'm dead, I'm going to keep poking the bear. Eventually, somebody's got to listen to us.
Definitely.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Baron is a vapor Alex. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. That is all.
Interesting.
Good. I'm glad he's not smoking. Maybe he can convince Dad to, do the right thing and let the American vape manufacturers that are actually trying to do the right thing in this country get a chance to compete against big tobacco.
Definitely.
Break up this freaking monopoly. Because once they do, the big tobacco companies are either going to buy out these successful small things so we can keep having our beautiful stuff, or they're going to have to come up with their own stuff to compete against us, these other companies. Yeah, I remember he did get caught vaping, and that's what got his mom to, chastise vaping and force Donald to sit down with everybody on 9/11. And our good old buddy, Mitch Romney, Marlboro Mitch, sat right next to him, chiming in his ear the whole time, standing up for his big tobacco buddies.
Yeah, how dare you, babe? You realize you made us look like bloody fools? Yeah,
Which is very ironic considering it's an anathema to his faith to smoke. Meanwhile, when you listen to him talk, you can tell he's a lifelong smoker. They all have that raspy voice.
Yeah. Definitely. Oh, they can't lie with only that. You can just tell.
Yep.
Yeah. Got a sore throat off your cigarette you just had 5 minutes ago? Yeah, thought so. We can tell.
I love doing car shows, right? Because we play a lot of the oldies music, Blue Moon and those kind of songs, right? Blueberry Hill. Will you be shocked to find out how many of those people, because they were all smoking back then, right? How many of those people were lifelong smokers and it did not affect their singing one bit?
Well, I well believe it. Well, someone might have improved their voice, actually.
I've had a couple of them tell me that firsthand.
Yeah.
That it actually improved their singing, but it forced them to sing all the time. Even when they weren't on tour or on show, they had to sing every single day to keep their tune and keep their voice.
Oh, yeah, they've got to keep plugging away. Like, voice training.
Otherwise, they would get hoarse and raspy and, had a hard time nailing the pitch and the tune on their songs.
That's what used to make me, laugh with these talent shows, right? They would say, right, I don't know, say there's a guy comes on, he sings, I don't know, say an Ozzy Osbourne track, right? And then, he does a good audition, everything, and he gets voted in for the next round, and then they tell him to sing a song by, Shania Twain, which for a fact is way out of his fucking vocal range. That's what I'm saying. Why are you making people sing songs that are not made for them and they're out of the vocal range? They can't do it. You know what I mean? It's nuts. It's just... Secretary Kennedy followed you. Oh my God. Come on down, Mr. fucking Kennedy. Come on down.
Let's sit down, Robert. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah. Come on here live, mate. Come on here.
I'm not here for 5 minutes of fame. You want to do it, you can just give me a phone call. I'll be happy to have a conversation with you about this.
Yeah.
We need to come together and find a solution that we can get this out there. 500,000 Americans die every single year. 500,000 Americans needlessly die every single year. It's going to eventually happen, the transition away from combustion, but it can be sped up so easily. The first thing that has to happen is the misinformation needs to stop. You're not protecting any youth. You need to get people like me to be the poster child for vaping. Nobody wants to look like a grumpy, gray, old-haired, bearded man. No teenager in their right mind would want to mirror my behavior.
Yeah.
But I am the poster child for all the people that can be saved if they gave up cigarette smoking and switched to something that is going to lower their risk to getting cancer and COPD
Definitely.
and emphysema and stroke.
Heart disease, all that stuff that comes with it, yeah.
And that's the fact. The health improvements from people that are self-medicating and have been their whole life, they don't need to give it up. And like me, Pouches will never work for me. I've tried half a dozen different ones. My God, you missed that story earlier. We were at the arena, right, for the Adam Sandler, and obviously you're not supposed to vape inside and stuff like that. Yeah, every once in a while you'll sneak one, but eventually it gets to the point where it's like you try to comply with the law. You try to comply with doing the right thing. My wife hands me a citrus Zine. Holy crap. Did I get a Nick Buzz off of that thing?
Really?
As soon as I put that thing in my gob, my mouth just started jowling, like watering like crazy, and that citrus punch hit me right away. And then right after that came the Nick Buzz. It's completely different than like this YOLO or Lolo. This one is like putting a wet tampon in your mouth. Just dry.
Oh, God.
A water cotton.
What a description.
Right? And then after like a minute or two, this tampon now starts actually tasting like the flavor on the tin. And it slowly starts releasing the nicotine so that, you know, you can tell that you're no longer, you know, craving for a vape or trying to, you know, get your Nick fix. And 20 minutes later, you're still getting that flavor and everything's good. And then all of a sudden, just like with the Zine, except the Zine was like 5 minutes later, I'm like, get this wet, soppy thing out of my mouth.
Just
with
loses
that
all
one,
flavor. It's vile.
it's like 20 to 30 minutes into it, you're like, okay, now it's a wet, soppy mess. No longer giving me flavor. Just ditch it. And then the nice thing about these things is they have the little lids on the top where you can dispose of it and throw them back in your pocket.
Yeah.
Put in the trash can later on.
Yeah. It's something that doesn't never appealed because I've never liked the idea of that.
There's people out there doing that.
Well, there was a story in the UK about professional footballers being addicted to them. Absolutely fucking hammering them. In the Premier League, professional footballers all addicted to these pouches, Nick pouches.
Yep.
And then the ones they were getting weren't the ones we get. They were hitting 50 milligram pouches. You know what I mean? They were getting serious fucking Nick buzz.
Listen, there's a lot of people that are out there, biohackers, that try to improve their life and get, like, you know, the cognitive boost of it. That's the reason Tucker Carlson uses nicotine pouches. Because it boosts his memory and it boosts his ability to think and react quickly when he's interviewing these people and stuff. Plus, he also uses it to, you know, like we do, to calm ourselves down and take a break and just
find down,
get our Nick fix. But, you know, at a certain point of you constantly using it, like I've noticed that with disposables when we went on our cruise, because it's a 50 milligram, I'm so much sharper. And my memory, like I don't have lapses of memory when I'm sitting there on a 50 milligram disposable. I don't care for it as much. It's not satisfying like, you know, my direct lung 6 milligram or 3 milligram. I'd much rather do this, but it's inappropriate to be chucking clouds in certain environments.
Oh God, I mean, I do agree with that. You know, like respect the people around you. You know, not everybody likes that shit. You know what I mean? So you do. It was the same back in the day with smoking. You know, you were next to somebody that didn't smoke, you didn't blat in their face. You know what I mean? You'd fuck off. You know, I don't want that shit. I mean, that's part and parcel of it. Just be respectful around other people. It's like, I mean, I never really used to take me cloud chuggers out with this because A, either they were too big, or B, you just couldn't do it without, you know, somebody like looking at you or frowning at you. You know what I mean? You're like, fuck off, you know. But still,
I take it with me and I use it in the truck. I don't take it into the building with me.
No.
I just use it in my vehicle, and I cracked the window, and it was just like, you know, back when I was smoking. Matt Grimm, hello and welcome. Cloud etiquette. Very succinctly stated.
Yeah. Yeah, usually bigger ones. But most of my normal devices, those cloud chuckers, will probably be in the car. Or
realistically, though, that's the same thing we did when we were smoking.
Yeah.
You knew who would get really offended when you were smoking and who didn't give two shits about it.
Yeah.
So you adjusted your behavior to, you know, at least appease the people around you. You don't want to be a dick about it.
Nah. That's why these are so handy, these little things, because you get maximum flavour with little cloudage, and that's spot on. Doesn't piss people off.
No, and it only takes a couple puffs, a couple drags of it, and you're good to go.
Yeah. It's awesome.
I learned working on the vehicle, this is way better to have when you're working outside. Because, you know, you can just go for work, and then it's like when you need to take a break, you take a swig of your coffee, and it's like, and then you're back off and running. One drag, one toke is all it takes.
That's it, yeah. You know, people think, you know, you just do it for the... I think it's got like the image, like people just do your date to piss people off, blowing clouds and all that bullshit. It's not about that, man. It might have been earlier on when everybody was cloud chasing, but not so much now. People want a nice flavoured vape with the you know, the nicotine hit they require. They're not bothered about blowing clouds anymore now. I think that's kind of a trend that's kind of died out a little bit. It's all down to flavour now. People want flavour more than what they do clouds.
Well, the disposables is responsible for that. We had some shitty e-liquids when we were just, you know, using our stock coil sub-ohm tanks.
Oh, God. When early days when you were cloud chasing, even some of the commercial e-liquids had no flavour. They were shit. But
yeah, they were garbage.
You could chuck clouds with them. And that's what people were into.
And because people are lazy and because the flavor on this was cranked up to 10, because you're getting very little vapor, this, even though it probably has like 50% flavoring in it, was very satisfying.
Yeah. But I think at the end of the day, I think like the disposable will probably like a kick up the arse for the people that produce these, because you know, some Chinese company can produce a vape that big that can piss all over your more complicated tanks for flavour. They must be scratching their heads thinking, how the fuck are we going to compete with this? You know what I mean? Because they couldn't.
Well, I'll tell you exactly how the big corporations do it. RJ Reynolds is already doing it. They reach out to S'more International, the parent company for Vaporesso, and they have them manufacture it and throw it in a box with RJ Reynolds' name on it. And hence why you're going to see the Views 1, a nicotine-free disposable vape sold by RJ Reynolds, right alongside their PMTA authorized products that are freebase designed.
Yeah. Definitely.
You can't beat them, you might as well join them. Yeah. They know it. It's the only way to compete.
I mean, say when they come along, they did change the face of vaping, period. They just changed everything. Everything gets changed straight away. Absolutely. It was just like when...
And for the big corporation that's actually buying their product and supplied from another corporation, you're no different than when you're selling combustible cigarettes and Big Pharma is making the filters that go into your cigarettes.
Yeah.
It's no different.
That's right.
Everybody's raking in the cash. Everybody's happy. And you can get consumers to quit smoking and keep buying your products, even though you're technically not making them anymore.
Fair enough, hi.
You're getting your share. What do you care about? Your stock price still goes up. Job done. Yes, Archimedes is 100% right. They should have got into vapes a long time ago.
Oh, without a doubt.
The thing is, they took the position of, all we need to do is wait for the Marlboro Monopoly Protection Act to do its bidding. Wipe out all of the competition so that we're the only ones left, and then we'll start selling them. They wanted the monopoly.
That's pretty much it, yeah.
And I honestly think they waited too long. They should have snatched on this bandwagon like 5 years ago. Because now it's going to be a major uphill battle to change public opinion.
Would you agree, man?
Thumb up to tobacco control, all of them.
Yeah. It just makes you wonder, doesn't it? Makes you wonder.
There's a monopoly. It's like, you know, your local cable provider, your internet service. What choice do you have? You either buy it from them or you don't.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have a choice. You want gas? You want natural gas to run your furnace in the winter? Or you only have one choice. They give you choice on who supplies it in the main line, but that's not really a choice.
No.
Electric suppliers, the same situation. There's one company that has the wires strung to your house. They're going to get their cut. Job done.
That was like, that was the early days of broadband, well, even internet connections, was that it used to come through the British Telecom lines, so basically the BT phone lines. They still
or the Bell
own
lines,
the lines
here in the States.
Yeah, they still own the lines, but these companies were paying them to like rent the line to produce that broadband.
So they still got their cut to give you DSL internet.
Yeah, but then obviously
Direct
fiber
server
optics came along. Yeah, and then fiber optic come along, and that just blew everything out the fucking water again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, best thing ever happened was AT&T decided no longer to play this whole monopoly game and quit resting on their laurels. And they're like, hey, man, let's start actually letting people access the fiber optic lines that we're using to supply the other cable companies and to compete against them.
I don't even think British Telecom are a company anymore. Or if they are, you don't hear much of them now. I have to imagine there was, because there used to be what they call the BT Tower in London, which was British Telecom's base, big fucking tower. I don't even know if they're still going anymore.
Yeah.
Or if they've obviously been bought out by a fucking foreigner or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't know, but because you used to always, remember the telly adverts of the 70s, 80s, they used to always be advertising British Telecom, British Telecom, British Telecom, you know? Didn't see fuck all from them now. It's all your big satellite, you know, your Virgin, your fucking Sky, and all that bullshit now. Because our phones now are no longer analog, they're all digital.
Mm-hmm.
There was a hoo-ha, there is still a hoo-ha about it, because basically our phone now comes through a router, but if there's a power cut, we've got no landline.
All communications nowadays is voice over internet protocol.
Yeah.
We used to make fun of the people that went out and they bought the VoIP subscriptions and they used their internet connection to do phones and they would drop calls and all this other stuff. Guess what? Your cell phone works the same way. It's all digitized now. It's no longer closed network solutions. It's all internet based.
That was kind of like the problem wasn't so much like with the modern, your modern people. It was more like people who was like disabled and that, they need an analog phone for any kind of emergency. I mean, you were talking about people that lived in the country, you know what I mean, who had digital, but they still wanted that analog landline for an emergency.
That was guaranteed to work even if the power cut out.
Exactly. So if we have a power cut now, we've got no landline. I've just got my mobile. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Power cut. How long, like you said, with the old analog technology, and a power cut, your phone still fucking worked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people were still wanting that as an emergency backup, so to speak. They didn't want to go digital. I don't know what's come of it. I haven't got a clue if, they've done a separate line or whatever. I don't know what come of it, unless it was just like a special circumstance, like disabled people or whatever. But there was a big hoo-ha about when they all switched to digital and they turned analog off. Everybody was up in arms.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing with the cable companies that were, providing people telephone service, and then the EMTAs, essentially the cable modem that worked for voice over internet protocol, had to have separate batteries installed in your modem, so if the power went out, it still functioned, but it was still based upon a battery backup system.
Yeah.
So they still had to warn you that if the power goes off for any extended period of time, here goes your phone service.
It's crazy. It was absolutely crazy.
But I mean, realistically, if an entire region or city lost power for a long period of time, the cable system itself is going to die, because most people don't know that there's amplifiers like every 15 or 20 telephone poles to keep that signal at a certain volume.
Oh, yeah. Keep it throttled up and throttled up. Well, that's how the throttle.
So if the city is without power, those amplifiers all die, and it doesn't matter whether you have battery backup in the generator, you're still going to lose signal and communication ability.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We are at the 6-hour mark. It is time to cut this thing off.
Yeah.
11 o'clock your time, matey.
Show with me. Yep, it is.
Peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. We'll be back same time, same place next week, and we'll see what happens between now and then.
Yeah.
Hopefully things get better.
Hope so. As always, thank you, boys and girls in the chat. You do make the show. We love having you all here. Do remember on your way out, do that magic thumbs up. And if you're on the replay, hit that like button as well. Helps Alex's algorithms out a great deal, and helps get him copyright strike and all that shit.
Still fighting
as always, that. Yeah, as always, you know where the Discord is. Get in there, get all your hand checks, dad jokes, everything, anything, questions, whatever you like. Get them in there. We will feature them on the show as always. Yeah, you can just contact Alex as well on his usual social medias. Also, he's on Rumble as well. So if you're on Rumble, check him out on Rumble. But yeah, that's all the promotion stuff out the way. So hope you all had a good time, guys. We all did. So until next week, you all stay safe, vape safe. We'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
I wish I carry high whenever we're apart. It takes me through the night when I look deep into your eyes. When I look deep into your eyes, when I'll be coming home.